Chapter 568. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao did not bring up the matter of the light bulb again. Wang Wan also took out the knowledge that she had taught Zhang Xiaobao and taught it to the two old men. Old Man Pai had the foundation of nature, so he could learn relatively quickly. Old Yao was confused when he saw what Wang Wan had written. He could only let Old Man Pai teach him the first part first. At this time, the military registrar and the others couldn't stay idle. The two mines couldn't be mined yet, so there were people who went to take a look from time to time. These people weren't sent by Zhang Zhong, but they were related to Zhang Zhong. After all, he had asked many people to go there to recite poems. Other people went there to see if the scenery was as beautiful as what was written in the poems. As a result, there were people going there every day. Some people didn't even care about the poems and just went there to look at the scenery. There were also people who specialized in fishing on top of the copper mines. The military registrar and the others wanted to secretly seal off the mines, but the Zhang family's people had to take a look every time they passed by, so they couldn't do anything. On this day, the military registrar called the 6 people over. At the same time, he asked the county magistrate of Taihu County to find an excuse to come over. The 8 of them were ready to discuss. In fact, the county magistrate of Taihu County didn't want to come at all. He had the least benefits, but he had to bear the most risks. He could imagine that if something happened to the 2 mines, the first person to be dealt with would be him. After all, he was the county magistrate there. But he had no other choice. He couldn't find a way to transfer himself away, and it wasn't the first time he had cooperated with other people. Once he boarded the pirate ship, it was harder to get out. The 8 of them gathered together under the reluctance of the county magistrate. The military registrar spoke first. You know what happened recently. Besides Baigo, there is another person we can't afford to offend. Maybe in a few days, there will be more people coming. If that time comes, we won't have any chance. With high officials like them, what can they not understand? At the same time, their methods are not ordinary. Now, I want to ask, what are you going to do? Are we going to keep the mines like we are doing now, or are we going to follow the instructions in the letter? He spoke casually, as if it had nothing to do with him. Every time he said, "You guys," the 7 of them understood. What he meant was that if something went wrong, they would have to bear the responsibility, but if they got something good, they would have to join the army and take the lion's share. The 7 of them were under a lot of pressure. The one with the most pressure was the county magistrate of Taihu County. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed it again. He knew that even if he really came up with a good idea, no one would credit him for it. Why bother? After all, it was not his problem alone. At this time, he had already decided that if he was really regarded as a scapegoat, he would say whatever he wanted to say. He would not care about others at all, even if they threatened him with his family. He was not ignorant at all. He knew that most of the time, what others said was simply a lie. They said something like, "Protect your family, don't let go, and find a way to get some poison to feed you. Everything will be fine after you eat it. In the end, everything will be fine. In the future, no one will care whether your family lives or dies." That was exactly what he thought. He closed his mouth tightly, waiting to see what the others would say. As he thought, the other 6 people kept looking at him unconsciously, which meant that he had to take the responsibility. He pretended not to see it. At this time, the military registrar also echoed, "Well, that's right. It's not easy now. If we have to wait for Zhang Zhong to leave, it will take more than a year. How much less mining will we have to do? Even if we can wait, the people above can't wait. It's all money. How about this, in Taihu County, we will chase away all the people who want to watch the show. Then we won't have to worry about being discovered by others. What do you think?" When he said that, the county magistrate of Taihu County really wanted to bite him to death. It was easy to say, but could things really be done that way? If he gave the order, he would be courting death. This was not only known by the county magistrate of Taihu County, but also by the other people. They did not agree with the military registrar's words. What was the use of saying a way to harm others? If they really did harm to a county magistrate, who could guarantee that the new county magistrate would be obedient? The military registrar was reasonable. He glared at the military registrar and said, "This method definitely won't work. If that's the case, Zhang Zhong will have an excuse. With one less person, we will have less strength. Think about it again. If there is really no good way, then we will do as what is written in the letter. When we do it, we have to be discreet and not let anyone find out. Otherwise, not only will we lose our lives, but our families will also be implicated. Who can do anything about it? You don't have to be afraid, just say it and we will discuss it together." "Let's use that method," I agree. When the military registrar saw that his superior was looking at him, he could only choose to support him, even if his heart was beating faster and faster. "Wait, I think we don't have to do this. There are other methods." At this time, the county magistrate of Taihu County could no longer remain silent. He was scared to death. Even if he was not allowed to send people this time, he could not think of running away. If that was the case, it was better to use his own two methods. The other 7 people immediately looked at him, hoping that he could come up with a better idea. After taking 2 deep breaths, the county magistrate of Taihu County said, "One is to seal off those 2 places and prevent others from going there. Then, we can secretly mine." "I already said this just now, but you didn't say anything," the military registrar said unhappily. The county magistrate of Taihu County could not refute, so he could only bear with it and explain, "My method is not to force people to go there. That will definitely cause trouble. However, we can act mysterious and scare people so that they won't dare to go there. As long as you give me 10 days, I have a way to come up with the second method, which is to lure Zhang Zhong to investigate us. If he doesn't investigate us, then it's fine. As long as he does, then we have an excuse to impeach him. At the same time, we can also get help from the higher-ups." "Oh. Is it really feasible? Tell me in detail." The military registrar was interested. Just like what the county magistrate of Taihu County thought, if there was a mistake, he could push the blame to others. If there was a merit, then he would take the biggest share. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such benefits. The county magistrate of Taihu County felt very wronged, but he had no choice but to say the entire method to get everyone to agree. He really did not dare to do as the letter said. That was a disaster that could destroy his entire family. If he harmed others, he would not be able to get away with it. However, the higher-ups would be fine. After the county magistrate of Taihu County explained his method, the military registrar was the first to praise, "Good, not bad. We have discussed a good method today. Now, we will let the county magistrate of Taihu County carry it out. Does anyone have any other ideas?" "Sir, you are indeed amazing. You have so many ideas. I admire you." "I have no other opinions," the military registrar immediately said. The other 5 judges also kept on praising the military registrar. The county magistrate of Taihu County did not have any angry expression, even though the method he just said was thought of by the military registrar in less than 10 breaths. "You must do this well. Don't waste the method we thought of. There is no other method like this. You must cherish it," the military registrar said to the county magistrate of Taihu County with a kind face. "Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely do this well. Thank you for your advice." What else could Taihu County's county magistrate say? He had seen shameless people before. However, he could only bear with it since he had turned into a shameless and two-faced person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not here, so they did not know the content of the conversation. Otherwise, they would realize that these officials were no different from the officials of their time. It meant that if the people below wanted to achieve good results, they had to first pass the method to the higher-ups. Then, it would become the higher-ups' idea. This way, the results would belong to the higher-ups. If the results were wrong, the people below would bear the responsibility. If the results were right, they would be promoted and become rich. If the officials below dared to do a good job without the higher-ups knowing, the first thing they would do was to suppress them with public opinion. When they realized that the public opinion could not suppress them, they would transfer them to the retirement section. It would be useless even if the people jointly wanted to protect the good officials. In addition to this kind of official circle, there was also the academic circle. As long as the disciple researched something, it would belong to the teacher. All the results, including the thesis, would belong to the teacher. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the teacher. This was also the reason why so many talents stayed abroad and did not come back. At this time, the 8 officials were performing such a scene. It was a blatant robbery. They had to smile and flatter when they were being robbed. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao once said to Wang Wan, the real actors were not in the film industry, but in the official circle. Therefore, if they wanted to cheat, it was better to cheat the officials than to cheat the actors. The 8-party meeting ended. The county magistrate of Taihu County left with the military registrar's good idea. He did not need to ask too much about the details because he knew better than anyone. After adding one more old man, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to take some time to accompany the 3 old men every day. For example, they would electrocute the fish and paint the light bulbs in various colors. Anyway, they could always find something fun to do. Ever since they had the generator, the 3 old men had stopped fishing. They felt that this thing was more interesting. In the spirit of research, they would go to the generator once or twice a day. In the past 5 days, they had even been electrocuted themselves. Fortunately, the electrocution could be stopped at any time. The 3 old men were not in life-threatening danger. According to Wang Wan's words, one would know the strength of the wine after getting drunk. One would know the strength of the wine after getting electrocuted. After the 3 old men and the 2 children came to the river, the old men decided to give the electrocution to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if the 2 of them had no interest in it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared. The 2 of them took out a pair of large leather boots, the kind that was made of 2 layers of leather. They put gum in the middle and stepped into the water. After feeling it for a while, they put the wires in their hands into the water. They also wore gloves on their hands. The 2 of them were not as stupid as the 3 old men. They did not know the insulation and directly jumped into the river. It would be strange if they were not electrocuted. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how can you do this? Can this thing prevent people from being electrocuted? Why didn't you say so before? Old man Chang pretended to be angry and said. After he was electrocuted, he felt uncomfortable from his head, neck, and stomach. Now that he saw the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used, he immediately understood that there was a way to protect them. In the past, the 2 little guys were unwilling to take it out. Ah. What? Cuckoo and I are actually afraid of water. We get confused when we see water, especially when we stand in the water. That's why we wear boots. Grandpa Zhang, since you want one, I'll make one for you later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained to Old Man Chang after they had been electrocuted for more than 10 days. Old Man Chang was stunned for a moment before nodding. It was not that he acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's words, but that he acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's shamelessness. When had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ever been afraid of water? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already electrocuted quite a lot of fish. It seemed that it was enough for their families to eat today. Only then did they stop. Just as the two of them stopped, before they could explain anything, a fast horse came to their side. The person on the horse did not even dismount and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, Taihu County is haunted. Now, no one dares to go there. Master asked me to come and find you two to go back." Haunted? I think it's just a trick. Even a big ghost like me can't do anything, who would dare to? Zhang Xiaobao did not believe in ghosts at all. If it was another place, he might hesitate. However, it was impossible for something like this to happen in Taihu County. The only explanation was that the other party had thought of a way and was preparing to mine. To Zhang Xiaobao, this was good. He was waiting for an opportunity to occupy the two mines. To be precise, he was waiting for Li Sun to occupy them. He was worried about where to start. Now that the other party had made a move, what should he do? He could only accept it. After letting the person go back first, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to leave. The three old men did not know about this matter and immediately stopped them. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what happened? Which place is haunted? How is that possible?" Old Man Pai asked doubtfully. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the three of them were also concerned about this matter, so he could only tell the three of them what had happened. They are too bold. Don't they know that our dynasty is currently lacking in copper? They actually want to secretly mine at this time. No, this matter cannot be let go so easily. I will write a report to impeach them. Old Man Yao was angry and was about to do it. Old Man Pai immediately pulled him back and said, "Let's see what Xiaobao and Cuckoo have to say. In fact, it's not a big deal. The main thing is that we can't find evidence. Now that we are not afraid of them taking action, we are afraid that they have been hiding. Now it seems that they can't bear it anymore. That's good. Maybe we can find their weakness. When the time comes, we will talk about it. These two mines have already been given to Li Sun. When the time comes, the marble mine will be managed by Li Sun himself. Even if the copper mine is mined, it will be sent to the capital. Li Sun will not refine copper himself, so you can rest assured. Three grandpas, you don't have to interfere. Just watch from the side. It's just a small matter. My family has already prepared. Isn't it just a ghost? Let them be." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the three old men would want to meddle in this matter. That would make things difficult for him. After all, he had already promised Li Sun 2 mines. Even if there was one that Li Sun would not be able to obtain in the end. Yes, yes, yes. We are worried for nothing. How can we be needed for this kind of thing? The Zhang family must have already made arrangements. Since that's the case, let's do it. Does your family want to catch ghosts? Old Man Pai only reacted when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He felt that it was impossible that the two masters of the Zhang family did not know about this kind of thing. Since they knew, of course, they would have a way to deal with it. Why were they still worrying here? Zhang Xiaobao did not explain and said, "We have to catch ghosts, but we can't go now. No matter what, we have to wait until they have mined enough ore. If we go now, we won't get anything. The people here are ghostly. They are even more ghostly than ghosts. Oh. Then I really need to take a good look and see what kind of methods your Zhang family has." This old man remembers now. Your courtyard, oh, it's Xiaobei's courtyard. Could it be that the marble stones in that mine came from? No wonder your family is so generous and directly gave the children something to play with. Old Man Pai thought of the marble floor as he spoke. At first, he was wondering where the Zhang family found such good stones. Now, everything was clear. The Zhang family should have gotten a batch of such things. That made sense. Zhang Xiaobao did not admit to this. Since he already knew, why should he say more? After getting on the horse with Wang Wan, he did not wait for the three old men to return and ran back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Zhang Zhong sitting there waiting. Zhang Zhong also saw his son and daughter-in-law at the same time. He stood up and asked the two of them, "Something happened over there. I heard that a person went crazy. Then a few people went over and also went crazy. They don't know anything. It's haunted. Can you go and catch them?" Zhang Zhong really believed that the place was haunted. Now, he was counting on the two immortal children to go and catch the ghost so that the future plan could be carried out. "We can catch them. Dad, you don't have to worry. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me and Cuckoo. Don't worry now. We can catch them in a few days. At this time, the ghost is still not strong enough." Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. "Wasn't it just a ghost? If they wanted to catch it, then just catch it. When the time came, what else could they do?" With his son's words, Zhang Zhong was relieved. Until now, he still thought that his son was telling the truth. The news of Taihu County being haunted spread like wildfire. Soon, everyone knew about it. Not only did the people from the province know about it, even the people from the neighboring provinces also knew about it. Originally, many people wanted to go and take a look at the places that Zhang Zhong had been to, but now, they gave up on this idea. They were also afraid. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong was, he was still immortal. That place was haunted. Especially after knowing about the haunted place, Zhang Zhong was still indifferent. This made more people anxious. In their opinion, even if the provincial governor Zhang Zhong didn't go and take a look himself, he should at least find someone to catch the ghost. However, provincial governor Zhang Zhong didn't do anything. The first thought that came to the people's minds was that even the provincial governor couldn't do anything. Perhaps he had secretly sent someone to catch the ghost but failed. What would he do in the future? Under such an atmosphere, a rumor spread. It said that Zhang Zhong was an unlucky person. Otherwise, why would he be haunted after coming to Shuzhou? Especially when he personally went to the two places in Taihu Lake. In the beginning, no one believed this rumor at all. However, as more and more people talked about it, those who didn't believe it couldn't help but think in this direction. Now, the thing that the people wanted to see the most was Zhang Zhong personally come out to clarify the matter. However, Zhang Zhong still didn't do anything. It was as if he had admitted to this matter. The people started to panic. They weren't worried that Zhang Zhong had really attracted the ghost. They were worried about this year's harvest. If it was really like what others said, that provincial governor Zhang was an unlucky person, then would the provincial government still be able to succeed? This was a lot of money. Even though they had already agreed that they wouldn't have to compensate even if they failed, they had still put in effort. If they didn't do this work, they could do other things outside to earn more money. Now, their time was delayed. As they thought about it, the people's hearts started to become unstable. Zhang Zhong also knew about the situation outside and was very anxious. In a situation where there was no other way, he went to find his son and daughter-in-law. He wanted to ask them what to do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really holding a wire and doing experiments in a porcelain basin in the courtyard. When they saw Zhang Zhong arrive, they could only stop what they were doing. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you know what the outside world is saying now? Everyone is saying that I attracted the ghost. Even those who learn from us are scared." Zhang Zhong really didn't want to trouble his son and daughter-in-law. He knew that the two of them were busy, but if he didn't look for them now, who else could he look for? The three old men had already looked for them, and their ideas were basically the same. That was to let Zhang Zhong go to Taihu County to take a look. Zhang Zhong came to ask his son and daughter-in-law if they also thought so. If so, then he would go and take a look and let people know that there was no ghost in that place. Of course, the premise was that he brought his son and daughter-in-law to catch the ghost. He believed that the ghost's skills were far inferior to his son and daughter-in-law's. Zhang Xiaobao listened to his father and said, "It seems that someone can't wait and has to use this method to test it. Now is not the time. Let's wait, father. Don't worry. You can do this now and then continue to stay here. Don't worry about the ghost or not, it's just a small matter." After telling the matter to his father, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to experiment. With electricity, they could do more things. If they didn't use it, it would be a waste of the electricity. Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law were not anxious, so he came up with another idea. This time, he was relieved. He didn't want to disturb his son and daughter-in-law and left Yuan Yuan to make arrangements. In the afternoon, many Yamen runners appeared in front of the provincial government. This group of Yamen runners surrounded the area in front of the provincial government. Curious, the commoners came closer to take a look. When they had gathered enough people began to move things out of the door. They were all boxes, one after another. A total of 100 large boxes were moved out before they stopped. Zhang Zhong didn't appear. Steward Zhang stood in front of the boxes and shouted to the surrounding people, "Are you all scared by the ghost in Taihu County these days? Do you still think that it won't work? Don't be afraid. Today, I'll let everyone know Master's determination." After shouting this, Steward Zhang asked people to open all 100 boxes. As the boxes were opened, the surrounding people let out a burst of exclamations. The boxes were full of copper coins. If so many copper coins were poured out, they would be piled up into a small mountain. Steward Zhang was very satisfied with the reaction of the people. At this time, he shouted a few more times, asking the people to keep quiet. When the people gradually quieted down, he continued to shout, "Do you see so much money? Master had said that as long as one followed the method of trapping and did not cause trouble for oneself, then even if one failed in the end, it would be fine. The money that was given out earlier would not need to be returned. Moreover, anyone who failed would be able to get 2 strings of money. It will be more than what you earn when you work outside during this period of time. Rest assured and don't be afraid even if something happens. You don't have to worry about those little ghosts in Taihu County." The solution to the crisis was very simple. The simple people didn't care about anything else as long as they could see the benefits in front of them. After the steward promised, one by one, they spread the news to the people they knew as fast as they could, especially the relatives who had already participated in the scheme. They were afraid that if their relatives didn't take care of them and went outside to work, they would earn less and lose more than they did now. After all, the steward of the provincial governor had said that as long as they didn't make trouble for themselves, they would compensate. Rumors came and went quickly. Those who didn't have much confidence in Zhang Zhong were no longer afraid. They continued to follow the method steadily. The ghosts were only in Taihu County. At worst, they wouldn't go there. What else could they do? Could it be that the ghosts there would come to their side? The crisis that had just appeared disappeared just like that. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't spend much effort on this kind of thing. It wasn't worth it. It was just a small trick. Wasn't the bank run much more serious than this? Could it be that the crazy stock market couldn't be compared to this kind of simple problem? The human heart was complicated, but it was also simple. Compared to the officialdom, the affairs of the people were easier to deal with. As long as there was a little guarantee of benefits, it would be enough. No power was needed, and they wouldn't want to kill a certain official. "Xiao Bao, it seems that they are afraid," so they use such a despicable method. If they continue to do nothing, it will be very tiring. A sword that is not out of its sheath is the scariest sword. Once it is out of its sheath, it is nothing. Wang Wan put her mouth to the lead in the porcelain basin in front of her. After taking a breath, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is a struggle. It's very interesting. How long has it been?" 5 minutes. Try it and see if it can catch fire. Zhang Xiaobao also said. Then, he turned the glass cup upside down on the porcelain basin and put the burning wooden stick on it. With a boom, a ball of fire appeared 2 inches away from the glass cup. It came and went quickly. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Wang Wan did the same. She put a burning wooden stick on top of the glass cup. The flame on the wooden stick suddenly became bigger. She threw the wooden stick away. Okay, we can continue to improve in the future. They are not at the same level at all. It's easy to think, but it's not that easy to trick others. It's haunted, or even a demon. Do we need to personally participate in the next step? No, Team 0 is enough. It's just that this time, we can only deal with one person. It's not enough to deal with all of them. We have to see if the county magistrate of Taihu County is tough. Since the light bulb has been made, let's test it on him first. You should be the best, right? After Zhang Xiaobao saw that the experiment in front of him was a success, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally completed. His side might not be of much use, but Wang Wan's side was different. Wang Wan was also very gratified. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she immediately asked, "What do you mean? Am I a bad person like the Brocade Clan guards? Or the East and West guards? I'm not a bad person. I admit. How can bad people be compared to the Special Second Department? Even the worst person in the world is inferior when compared to you," Zhang Xiaobao said as he packed up. Wang Wan did not help this time. She said with dissatisfaction, "Do you think we are the same as those unscrupulous local police? After extorting a confession, they will find all kinds of reasons. I don't know what they are thinking. There are actually people who die while breathing. It's so worrying. What intelligence. Let's not talk about this anymore. You are the greatest, okay? Send people out now. We can start in a few days. It's very interesting. There must be some twists and turns in it. It's a pity. If they came from the same place as us, they would definitely not use such retarded methods." Zhang Xiaobao poured the water, dragged the porcelain basin, and walked back. He handed the wire in his hand to Wang Wan. Wei Wei shook her head, looking very lonely. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had thrown something to her, so she could only accept it. She walked behind Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly said, "Why don't we make it more lively? We can call Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Zhang, and Yao Chong. It will be very interesting to have fun together." "I think that's fine. We'll do as you say. Let's tell them in advance so that they can be prepared. Don't be scared when the time comes. Don't tell them. They aren't afraid of being scared. That's more fun." Wang Wan disagreed. Chapter 569. Under the scorching sun, they sweated profusely as they worked with shovels and picks. Shallow water couldn't cool down the heat, but deep wells could cool down easily. Cold melons quenched thirst, and green beans were added to the porridge. Moving mountains and building bridges were hard work, and the roads extended in all directions to build a hometown. Li Sun's road construction project had always been in progress, and he was the one who paid for it. The imperial court would never give him money for his fief. This year, he had not even received the rent he was supposed to receive, but he had already spent 30,000 strings of coins. Looking at the people who didn't slack off when they were working, Li Sun was happy to spend money. He learned from the Zhang family and gave the people who worked on the roads a salary and food. The people weren't slaves. They consumed a lot of energy from their work, so they had to be well nourished. The first meal in the morning was salted beans and sorghum rice. The people usually ate this kind of food, as well as highland barley. However, they couldn't eat salted beans, and they didn't dare to eat sorghum rice. That would consume too much food. Li Sun paid for the road construction. As long as they didn't eat exotic delicacies, he didn't care. They could eat. The more they ate, the more energy they had. At noon, they changed the dishes. According to nutrition, there was one meat dish and one vegetable dish. The vegetables were all kinds of local vegetables. For meat, there were only 3 choices: pork, fish, and chicken. Except for the fish that was caught locally, the pork and chicken were all provided by Sanshui County or Yaozhou. Relying on his fleet, Li Sun did things from the north to the south. Not including the transportation fee, when a pig was sent to Shuzhou, it was the price of 2 pigs, ice money. Such wealth made the people feel relieved. Provincial Governor Zhang's family was rich, and the county king was also rich. They didn't have to worry about collecting taxes. Following the care of the Zhang family and the Wang family, besides eating, the rest was green beans and sorghum water. In the beginning, Li Sun forgot about this matter. The people didn't know how they could enjoy such treatment when they were paid to work on the roads. They never thought about it. When they started to work on the roads, the people thought that even if the county king wanted them to work for free, they had to do it. They only hoped that they could do 20 days of work a year. In the end, when they found out that they were getting paid, they felt relieved. When they were given food on the first day, they all felt like they were in a dream. With such benefits, who would dare to think of anything else? When Li Sun had nothing to do, he finally discovered a problem. The weather was hot, and the people brought their own water bags. If the road was built close to the river, it would be convenient. They could drink water directly from the river. For others, this was a very normal thing, but for Li Sun, it was not normal. He had already paid for the meal, so why would he care about the money for the mung bean water? From that day onwards, the green bean water with rock sugar was continuously supplied. These days, the watermelons in the sand by the river were harvested. Li Sun began to ask people to throw the watermelons into Jingli town to quench the thirst of the workers. He also gave one to each person to take back home for their family to eat. He asked them to bring back the skin and seeds so that they could make food. In addition to various benefits, Li Sun also asked people to write slogans and shout slogans. This kind of thing did not have a big impact on the knowledgeable people, but it had a different effect on the ordinary people. Even if the people did not know what was written, they were still willing to listen to others say it before they told others. The general meaning was to build their own hometown and make it more beautiful. After Li Sun was done with this matter, he turned around and started to make money. If he did not make money, why would he plant so many watermelons? Because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had asked the doctors of the medical college to research various uses of watermelons. When they arrived, everyone prepared a variety of watermelons and then mixed them with other medicines and tonics to sell to the rich. The restaurant between the clouds and the water also followed suit and launched a winter melon banquet. They could only make money for 1 year. By the next year, more people would plant watermelons and they would not be valuable anymore. They were easy to plant and could be planted in the sand. Of course, they could not keep it a secret. After all, it was not an industrial thing. Once they made money, they would let the people benefit. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were ready to take advantage of this one and only opportunity to earn back the money they had invested in the local construction. While Li Sun was busy with the watermelons, Zhang Zhong had already organized the bailiffs in the manor. He also transferred 500 soldiers from the military registrar. Under the cover of the night, they ran all the way to Taihu County. Along with them were Old Man Chang, Old Man Pai, and Old Man Yao. The military registrar also brought along a few related officials. In his hands was a document written by Zhang Zhong regarding the deployment of soldiers to investigate the copper mine. He followed behind the group with a cold smile on his face. Zhang Zhong rode on the horse and told the three old men about the situation in Taihu County. The three old men also expressed their support. After capturing the people, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao prepared to write a letter of impeachment. Zhang Zhong also brought along the 3 dogs raised by Wang Wan to help find the people who wanted to escape. It could be said that he was determined. The whole group ran forward as fast as they could. According to the information they received, a group of people came out of Taihu County a few days ago. There were also many carriages. On the carriages were copper ores and marble that were secretly mined from who knows where. They wanted to first reach the Wanshui River, then enter the Yangtze River to transport the goods. Zhang Zhong gave the group the order to stop at the Wanshui River and capture the people. If one of them came, they would be caught red-handed. The group left when the sky had just turned dark. They ran until 5:15 in the morning before they arrived at the location. As expected, when they arrived, they saw people moving things from the docked boats to the shore. Hearing the urging sounds coming from there, they knew that the other party was very anxious. "Sir, what should we do next?" The military registrar came from behind and asked Zhang Zhong. "Capture them. Regardless of whether they are on the boats or on the shore, capture them all." Zhang Zhong said with a sullen face. "Sir, what about the charges?" The military registrar asked again. "Didn't I already write the charges for you? As for whether they are secretly mining copper ores to make weapons or privately minting coins, won't it be clear after you capture them and ask them? Why aren't you moving?" When Zhang Zhong saw that the military registrar was not moving, he was slightly dissatisfied. He pointed at the front and said, "If you let one of them escape, you can expect to be impeached by me." The military registrar seemed to be frightened. He shouted, "Guards! The provincial governor has ordered that the people in front are secretly mining copper ores to make coins. Capture them all. If anyone resists, kill them." The 500 soldiers unsheathed their swords and nocked their arrows. They charged forward while yelling. It was quite a scene, but no matter how one looked at it, they lacked a murderous aura. Zhang Zhong shook his head. He did not care about the local soldiers. After all, he was not the one in charge. There was a military registrar here. The military and political affairs were separated. Unlike Lu Zhou, it was more convenient to use him. After a moment of chaos, 2 men ran back to report that everyone had been captured. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Old Man Pai and the other 2 men came out of the chariot. Under the protection of the guards, they walked forward to see who was so bold. The military registrar adjusted his armor and said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, please." Zhang Zhong responded. He dismounted from his horse and strode forward. The military registrar followed behind him. He looked at the sky and then looked in another direction. A smug smile appeared on his face. Old Man Pai and the other 2 men arrived first. With the help of the light from the newly lit torches, they saw the 40 or so people being captured. They snorted coldly. Just as they were about to say something, they suddenly realized that they could not interfere in this matter. They had to wait for Zhang Zhong to arrive first. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry. He walked over slowly and glanced at the people being captured. He asked, "Do you know why you're being captured?" "My lord, we don't know." "You can't capture people for no reason." "My lord, you have to investigate thoroughly." One of the people being captured struggled forward, but he was held down tightly by the people being captured. He opened his mouth to complain. The military registrar took a few steps forward and said loudly, "How dare you quibble? The provincial governor is here. He said that you secretly mined the copper mine. Fortunately, the provincial governor is smart and knows what you did in advance. If you don't confess quickly, you won't have to suffer." After the military registrar shouted at this person, he turned to Zhang Zhong and said, "My lord, it seems that they won't tell if they don't suffer a little. How about? No, they will tell when the time comes. Tie them up and take them back." Zhang Zhong refused the military registrar's suggestion and ordered. That person struggled even harder. He shouted as he struggled, "My lord, I'm innocent. We didn't mine the copper mine. We just chopped wood and wanted to transport it back to make charcoal. My lord, I'm innocent." He's quibbling again. Take him away. This time it was Zhang Zhong who spoke. He turned around and prepared to go back. The military registrar stepped forward and blocked Zhang Zhong. He said, "My lord, it's late at night. I will listen to you. Why don't you take a look at the ship and the goods that haven't been loaded? Otherwise, if you catch the wrong person, it will be difficult for me. Please make the decision." The military registrar said that he wanted Zhang Zhong to think about it, but he didn't give Zhang Zhong a chance to speak. As soon as the military registrar finished speaking, he immediately ordered, "Come, take down the things on the ship. Bring the things that haven't been loaded on the ship here. The provincial governor will make the decision." All the soldiers answered in unison. Some rushed to the ship to take the things, and some unloaded the goods from the carts on the shore. The rest of the people were waiting here. The sound coming from the other side made them feel that something was wrong. Old Man Pai looked at Old Man Yao in confusion and said, "It does sound like wood. Did Zhang Zhong come to the wrong place? Did he catch the wrong person? It's over. If he didn't transfer the soldiers, it would be fine. At most, he would release the people. Now that the soldiers have been transferred, there is no one to catch. If the copper mine and the marble can't be found, then we will have to help from behind. We just arrived and encountered this. Well, we can't just stand by and watch. Didn't they say that there are 2 masters in the Zhang family? How could he have made such a mistake when he had thought of every conceivable possibility? Could it be that Zhang Zhong didn't listen to the masters and did something in private?" Old Man Yao understood Old Man Pai's meaning. Even if Zhang Zhong made a mistake, he had to protect him. In fact, he knew that even if someone really reported this to the imperial court, nothing would happen to Zhang Zhong. However, the prestige that he had accumulated would be greatly reduced. At this time, the soldiers who were sent out to check reported to the military registrar, "My lord, there is no marble or copper mine. It's all wood. Please make the decision." "Oh. Is it true? That's not right. The provincial governor asked me to send the soldiers because the evidence is conclusive. The provincial governor wouldn't treat such a big matter as child's play, right? Check again and watch carefully." Chapter 570. As the wood was piled up, the sky gradually brightened. Zhang Zhong was still standing there, looking at the ship and the wood. After a gust of wind and water, he shivered and finally set his eyes on the registrar. He said, "Registrar Fong, you look good. What's the good news?" "It's dawn, and the darkness is leaving. Registrar Fong, there are usually 2,200 soldiers in our province. I asked you to bring all of them out. Why are there only 500? Where are the other 1,700 soldiers?" The registrar thought that Zhang Zhong would discuss with him how to make up for this mistake. He didn't expect that Zhang Zhong would ask about the soldiers. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak, the people who were being held shouted. "We're innocent. We're innocent. Where is the copper ore that you mentioned? Lord Zhang, I heard the people say that you are a good official. You have to see clearly. Now we're finished. We can't catch up with that kiln. Lord, aren't you a good official? Why do you treat the people like this? Lord Zhang, do you think it's time to let them go?" The registrar immediately used the words of the other party to discuss with Zhang Zhong. Old Man Bai and the other two walked over as well. They suddenly realized that something was amiss. The person who had been captured was not afraid at all. No matter how they looked at it, the military secretary looked happy. The three old men looked at each other. No one said anything, but they all knew what was going on. Zhang Zhong was set up. The other party deliberately exposed a flaw to Zhang Zhong so that Zhang Zhong could borrow the soldiers to arrest them. Of course, they would arrest the wrong person. The people who were caught should also be involved in this matter. But what could they do? There was no evidence. It was troublesome. Zhang Zhong's reputation would plummet because of this. After the myth was broken, it was no longer a myth. In the future, more people would dare to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family. Yongqing, what's done is done. Just let it go. We'll think of something when we get back. When Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Zhong still did not have any expression of joy or anger, he thought that Zhang Zhong was scared silly. He could understand. If it were anyone else who encountered such a situation, they would have lost their composure. Fortunately, Zhang Zhong did not directly faint. Young people's bodies were really good. Old Man Yao also advised from the side, "Yongqing, go back and offer up another prescription. It's best if it's more useful and beneficial to the country and the people. Just treat it as if this matter never happened. Kid, don't be afraid. Didn't we just catch the wrong person? Think carefully before making a move next time. Who doesn't make mistakes in their life? Go back and have a good meal, then sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up." Old Man Chang came over and patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder encouragingly. Zhang Zhong looked at the three old men and nodded emotionally. He said, "Yongqing thanks the three of you for taking care of me. When we go back, I'll ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to cook a delicious meal with cold melon. It'll be more delicious to eat dumplings with 3 delicacies stuffed with cold melon." Okay, then let's go back and eat." Old Man Pai quickly followed up. He wanted to persuade Zhang Zhong to go back. When they went back, there would be a team of the best doctors in the Tang Empire. He was not afraid that Zhang Zhong would suddenly collapse. He wanted to take a good look at Zhang Zhong so that he would not fall ill. Zhang Zhong nodded and then shook his head. He said, "There's no hurry. Military attaché Fang, I just asked you where the rest of the soldiers in the prefecture are. You have to tell me, right?" Seeing that Zhang Zhong was still staring at this matter, the military attaché began to think in his mind. Did Zhang Zhong know something? It should not be. After Zhang Zhong found out that he had done something wrong, he wanted to use this to threaten the military attaché to keep it a secret. That's right, the 2,200 soldiers actually ate 1,000 in empty pay, but so what? It was impossible to fight in Shuzhou. Who could fight here? Even if someone investigated, there was nothing to be afraid of. He could just recruit 1,000 people temporarily. Thinking of this, the military attaché was not worried anymore. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Your Excellency, leave the military affairs to me." "Your Excellency, you don't have to worry. 500 soldiers are enough to catch an ordinary person transporting wood. I have my own arrangements for the rest of the soldiers. Your Excellency, is it time to release them?" "There's no hurry. Military attaché Fang, I still want to ask, how are the remaining soldiers compared to the 500 in front of us? Was it a mess when you were charging? Was it because of the rusty saber and the loose bowstring? Zhang Zhong asked with a smile. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The military attaché could not understand what Zhang Zhong was trying to do. Was he going to make a fuss about the military equipment again? His face immediately became gloomy. He did not answer but instead asked a question. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm just asking. If that's the case, then the other 700 soldiers sent by military advisor Fang will be easy to deal with. With Royal Prince Tang's guards and this official's guards, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 700 soldiers. Yes. That's it. There will be marble and copper ores. Even if the Taihu County magistrate personally escorted them and had 700 prefecture soldiers to protect them, they will not be able to escape. I am truly impressed. Each and every one of them is smart. Unfortunately, they used their brains in the wrong place. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The military attaché's voice was not soft when he said this, but everyone could hear that his voice was trembling. This meant that he was guilty. Old Man Pai and the other two people's eyes lit up. They asked, Yongqing, what happened? Guards, keep an eye on the surrounding people. If anyone dares to move, kill them all for this old man. Noticing the change in the situation, the old man asked Zhang Zhong and immediately gave orders to the guards he brought. Old Yao did the same. Both of them brought 100 family guards. Although there were only 200 of them, it was not a problem for them to deal with 500 prefectural soldiers of Shuzhou. Seeing that the two old men had made arrangements, Zhang Zhong was even less worried. This was also the reason why he brought the 3 old men here. Although Old Man Chang did not have any family guards, his skills were there for all to see. Moreover, he was so close to military attaché Fang, so he could subdue him easily. Nothing big happened. Let's wait. There will probably be news in less than 2 hours. Military attaché Fang, do you have anything to say? Or do you hope that your 700 soldiers can defeat the Tang and Royal Prince and my guards? Zhang Zhong said to the 3 old men, then looked at the military attaché Fang. In an instant, the military attaché Fang's back was drenched in sweat. His expression changed again, and his lips trembled. He kept swallowing his saliva, but he could not say a single word. The prefecture soldiers realized that the situation was not right. They wanted to do something, but when they saw the other 200 people glaring at them, they were so scared that they did not dare to move. They knew very well how capable they were. They could not even train twice a year, so how could they hope to defeat these 200 people? Moreover, they were the family guards of 2 important people that they could not afford to offend. They had to think about the consequences. The military attaché Fang was already confused. His eyes were filled with stars. He forced himself to stand there, unable to say anything. Zhang Zhong just smiled and did not speak. The 3 old men had questions in their hearts, but Zhang Zhong had a mysterious look on his face, so they could not ask. They also waited. Less than an hour later, 3 horses galloped over from the direction the registrar had glanced at. When the horses approached, the person riding on them jumped down and reported to Zhang Zhong, you're in the middle of the night. Master, the 700 prefecture soldiers have surrendered. The county magistrate of Taihu County has also been tied up and is being escorted here. The marble and copper ores have all been confiscated. How are the casualties? Zhang Zhong asked with a nod of his head and Wei. In reply to Master, there were no casualties. When they were surrounded, they very obediently threw away their weapons. The person replied. That's good. Go and rest. Zhang Zhong regained his indifferent appearance. After the person went to rest, he said to the military attaché Fong, "Military attaché Fong, what else do you have to say? If it was not this official, anyone else would have been fooled by you. It was just a diversion. Not a bad idea. Why did you use your cleverness in a good place? This official is very disappointed. This batch of wood is also good. It can be used to build the bridge in Shuzhou." "No, that's impossible. You can't possibly know. The marble and copper ores they were transported separately and gathered together after being transported to another place. Outsiders would not be able to detect them at all. Furthermore, they were mixed in under the pretext of transporting other things, right? But so what? If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. This official wants to build a good living environment for the people. I really don't want to play this kind of childish game with you. But you don't want to give yourselves any face. You always have a fluke mentality. Why don't you think about what this official does? Forget it. There won't be any more trouble in the future." Before the military attaché Fong could finish speaking in a hoarse voice, Zhang Zhong helped him to finish. At the same time, he thought of his son. When Lake Tai was haunted, he asked his son about it. His son said it was not interesting. He thought that the opponent would be stronger, but the result was too disappointing. Only then did he arrange for people to keep an eye on it. With the help of the clairvoyance, they could see the opponent, but the opponent could not detect them. Their random actions led to the current situation. It was indeed not fun. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking to the military attaché Fong, he did not pay any more attention to him. He roughly told the three old men what had happened. He did not mention the people in his family and only told them how it was arranged. However, the three old men understood that this was definitely another trick of the Zhang family. It was indeed powerful. The opponent made a diversion and they beat them at their own game. They were worried for nothing just now and even comforted others. Now, they needed to be comforted. Yongqing, later on, don't forget to let Xiaobao and Cuckoo make dumplings with cold melon. This old man's heart is hurt. I need a lot of nourishment. Old Man Pai glared at Zhang Zhong and said. Old Man Yao was also angry in his heart. This was too unreasonable. Zhang Zhong actually hid it from him. He was worried about him just now. What was this called? Yongqing, your family has many good recipes. Shouldn't you take one out? This was compensation. Old Man Chang was the most honest. He stretched out his hand and patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder again, causing Zhang Zhong to stagger. This body is not good. You should practice more. The next time you lie, this old man might not be around anymore. Chapter 571. Mountains and rivers roar, tens of thousands of people worry, especially like the earth cracking and waves, shocking the sky and waterlogging. Flee with the family, push the family away, push the family away, the wind blows, the clouds roll, the heart is lonely, people gradually fade away. When the 700 government soldiers and the Taihu County magistrate were escorted over, the military registrar was also tied up. The 500 government soldiers surrounding him did not dare to move. The matter had escalated, and they did not want to continue to get involved. When the gods fought, the mortals just had to watch the show obediently. The military registrar's eyes were dull. He did not even care about the Taihu County magistrate who was locked in the same temporary prison van and cried out. When the team started to rush back, the jolting of the carriage made the military registrar's eyes clear up. His body swayed with the movement of the carriage. Occasionally, he would look forward and look at Zhang Zhong, as if hoping that Zhang Zhong would look back, but also as if he was afraid that Zhang Zhong would look back. It was very contradictory. Zhang Zhong did not pay attention to the military registrar at all. If it was someone else, they would have laughed at him, but Zhang Zhong did not have this kind of hobby. Moreover, he was not the one who came up with the idea. When his son was talking about the plan, he did not have the mood to show off after winning. The three old men squeezed into the same carriage again and swayed back and forth with the team. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and they could clearly see the situation outside. Old Man Pai swayed and finally realized that something was wrong. This was not his carriage, nor was it Old Man Chang's carriage. It was Yao Chang's carriage. Old Man Pai squinted his eyes and habitually reached out to open the drawer of the carriage to get an ice drink. When his hand reached out, it was empty. He then reacted and suggested, "Why don't we go to my carriage? This carriage is too suffocating." "Exactly, the carriage is small and has nothing. Why don't we change and go to my carriage?" Old Man Chang also said. Old Man Yao had not experienced other people's carriages until now, so he felt that his carriage was not bad. Listening to the two of them, could it be that his carriage was really bad? Old Man Pai pointed to the carriage. No fan. He pointed to the seat. No shock absorber. He pointed at the space in the carriage. This place is too small. He pointed at the space between the three of them and said, "It's missing the stove and other drawers that can be used at any time." He knocked on the board of the carriage. "It's just one layer. If someone outside uses a crossbow to shoot at it, it'll be able to penetrate it in an instant." "Stop, from what you're saying, you have everything in your car." When Old Man Yao heard Old Man Pai belittling his car, his eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Seeing that Old Man Pai still wanted to continue, he quickly interrupted him and asked in dissatisfaction. Old Man Pai smiled with relief and said, "Of course. Look at who made the car I'm waiting for. The best thing from the Zhang family and the Wang family is the house that can be put on wheels and then go. The next best thing is a few specially made cars. Unfortunately, those wheels are not easy to make, so they can only be made for the children. I still have to wait for my car." Old Man Chang seemed to have thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was the two of them who asked someone to make the car for them. Not to mention the enjoyment, just the thought alone made him happy. He also smiled and shouted to the driver, "Stop the car." As soon as the car stopped, the three old men got off and directly entered Old Man Pai's car. Old Man Yao couldn't wait to sit down first. Only then did he realize that it was indeed different. With one sitting and one leaning, his whole body could be attached to the place where he sat. His whole body immediately felt different and comfortable. From the outside, this carriage looked like it was 1 foot taller, 1 foot wider, and 2 feet longer than his own carriage. Why did it become so much bigger after entering? As the carriage moved, he could feel the wind blowing from several places. Looking carefully, there were countless small holes where the wind was coming from. There are fans in these places. The other end is connected to the axle. When the wheels turn, the fans will turn. If you want to stop them from turning, there is a switch here that can be adjusted at any time. You stayed up late and didn't eat anything in the morning. Why don't you eat something hot? Since Old Man Bai had the opportunity to show off, he would not let it go. He extended his hand to the side of the carriage and with a "pop" sound, he pulled open a small opening. Inside was a handle. With a light shake, a cover descended from the roof of the carriage. Old Man Chang also broke the table in the middle of the three people, revealing a round hole in the middle. He stuck it at the side and a hot pot rose from the hole. Smokeless charcoal was put in and the fire was lit. Old Man Pai took out a thermos and poured soup into the hot pot. Looking at the color of the soup, it seemed to have been cooked long ago. Old Man Yao felt for a moment and found that the soup was still warm. He asked doubtfully, "It's a thermos. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gave it to me the day before yesterday. Put some hot water in and it won't be cold even if you let it sit for 24 hours. There is a slot under where you are sitting. Pull it up and take out the things inside. It will be delicious later. Old Man Bike shook the thermos flask in his hand and said with a smile. Old Man Yao followed Old Man Bai's instructions and found a card slot. He extended his hand and pulled, and a board was flipped over. Cold air immediately came out of it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually ice. He took out one by one. There were vegetables, meat, shrimp, a few powdered seasonings, and 4 kinds of sauces. Old Man Chang also took out a bottle of wine and a few wet wipes from his side. Old Man Pai took out chopsticks and a plate. Old Man Yao wasn't stupid. He knew what they were for, but he never thought that there would be such a space in the car. If these things were placed outside, such as between the clouds and the water, or in restaurants, it wouldn't be strange at all. But in the car, it was a different story. They knew how to enjoy themselves, right? Compared to other rich people who showed off outside the car and asked people to cook and show off, this was the real show of extravagance and restraint. Old Man Bike picked up a frozen prawn with his chopsticks and dipped it into the hot pot. As he dipped it, he said, "This is the Mandarin duck hot pot." Over the past few years, the Zhang and Wang families have been cultivating the mountain spicy chili peppers, which are getting spicier. However, the quantity is too small. I heard from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo that there are spicier things called chili peppers. Unfortunately, they can't find them now. They need to go overseas to find them. You can eat whatever you want. Even if you don't want to eat vegetables, you can still eat some. This is called a nutritious combination. This is dry tofu, and this is tofu skin. Remember to eat them too. Don't say too much. I've eaten at Savant's restaurant. What sauce is this? I've never seen it before. Old Man Yao replied and opened a small jar of sauce. Crab sauce. They don't plan to sell it yet. They only sell shrimp sauce. The price is high and ordinary people can't afford it. A small jar of good shrimp sauce costs 5 strings of money to ship to Beijing. This crab sauce is even more expensive. They can only sell crab sauce when others have a way to ship large amounts of shrimp sauce to Beijing. Old Man Chang explained. Old Man Yao was already indifferent to many things, but today, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He felt that it was unfair in his heart. Why did they hide all the good things for themselves? If they didn't go to Shuzhou, they might not be able to eat many things in this life. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw the thermos on the side and said, "This thermos is good stuff. It doesn't need to be kept for 24 hours. Even if it's only for 8 hours, it can save people a lot of trouble. Especially for rich people, the maids and servants don't have to look after the stove at night. Whether they sell it or not, I'll buy a few to use at home. As long as it's not too expensive, I can still afford it. It's not bad to buy a few for my friends." When he said that, Old Man Yao's tone was sour. Old Man Pai heard and laughed. "Yung, you don't have to be like this. When we go back, I'll find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and ask them to give you what you deserve. If you want to buy it, you really can't afford it. There are 2 layers of glass inside, and it's coated with mercury. There's actually nothing in the middle, just like the light bulb. Eat the food and wine, try it." Old Man Chang had already poured the wine soaked with medicinal herbs. Each person had a cup. Old Man Yao smelled the smell. "Is this the liquor sold by Zhang family and Wang family?" "No, that kind of liquor is actually very strong and doesn't taste good. This is liquor that has been in the cellar for about 4 years. It's been in the cellar ever since it came out. The earliest batch was soaked with medicinal herbs, so you can only drink 1 cup. If you want to drink more, you can only drink wine." Old Man Pai picked up the wine cup and took a sip. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He enjoyed it very much. The three old men were enjoying the hot pot in the carriage. The hot air that rose up was carried out by the chimney that was connected to the cover. Everyone outside could smell it. None of them had eaten. After a night of torment, their expressions changed when they smelled such a fragrant smell. The prefectural soldiers who were locked up felt that they had no strength left in their bodies. They wanted to find a place to rest and eat the food in the carriage. Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao's house guards were secretly swallowing their saliva and glancing at the carriage from time to time. Li Sun's guards, on the other hand, maintained their neat formation without the slightest bit of disorder. They did not look around blindly either. The Zhang and Wang family's guards only needed to sniff their noses to know what was going on. Just like Li Sun's guards, they remained unmoved. The remaining 30 members of the Meow protection team took out things from their pockets. Some took out jerky, some took out fried noodles. They opened water bags and ate with water. As they ate, they talked about the taste of the food in their mouths. They meant that they ate with the taste of the food in their mouths. Occasionally, they would take a sip of wine. It was a mess. They were scattered, so they talked very loudly with each other. Old Man Pai's guards did not say anything. They knew the capabilities of the Meow protection team. They were not considered a regular army, but a special force. It did not matter how chaotic it was. Old Man Yao's guards did not know. They glanced over from time to time and showed a look of disdain. Old Man Yao heard the commotion outside and looked out of the car window. When he saw that it was the Zhang family's Meow protection team, he frowned and said, "The Meow protection team? Can they really watch the fields?" UNG is wrong to think that way. Those 30 people are the most elite of the Zhang family. Their training methods are different. They need to be relaxed at all times and ready to fight at all times. If they are like other people, they will tire themselves out. I don't know about your generals, but if my generals were to fight with 100 of them on flat ground against 30 of them, it would be a Pyrrhic victory if they won in the end. After killing them all, there wouldn't be many of my generals left. If it were to be on the mountain or in the water, my 100 generals would be completely defeated. If one of them could run out to report, I would be satisfied. Old Man Pai saw that Old Man Yao was belittling the members of the Zhuang protection team, so he smiled and explained the situation to him. Are they really that powerful? Old Man Yao knew what Old Man Bai meant when he said that they were his family's generals. Seeing the two old men nodding their heads, he nodded his head and said, "No wonder when Zhang Zhong went out, they were standing guard at the closest and furthest place. It turns out that they were in charge of protecting and scouting." Yes, if they were not afraid of being criticized for training too many people, the Zhang family could train more. Now, there are only 56 people. Old Man Chang knew that the Zhang family did not have it easy. They could obviously have more experts, but they had to control them. Otherwise, with their financial resources, they could recruit 2,000 people and train them. Then, the imperial court would have to take care of them. Old Man Yao also understood this. But what if there is a more dangerous situation? For example, people like the two of us are sent to 200 guards. What should we do? He was now worried about Zhang Zhong. 56 people were really too few, especially when the Zhang and Wang families needed to protect so many people. There were a bunch of children, and they could not be divided. You don't have to worry about that. The Zhang and Wang clan still have their usual guards, and they're fully equipped. If we really start fighting, half of our 200 guards will be wiped out in one move. They're normally equipped with crossbows and sleeve arrows, and they haven't even mounted their horses yet. They can carry even more things on them. Old Man Chang was very concerned about this kind of thing. When he tested Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he found that the two children had a lot of small items. A good sleeve arrow was 200 to 300 strings. The guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were equipped with them. He even suspected that the maids who usually served them also carried sleeve arrows. Rich people are really different. Where did they find people to make so many things for them? Oh, right, they don't need to look outside. Their own skills are enough. Old Man Yao sighed. It was good to be rich. If you wanted to equip yourself with good weapons, you could equip yourself with them. Old Man Bai shook his head and said, it turns out that the Zhang and Wang families weren't that capable. Later on, when you were dealing with the locust plague, their families had just gotten a little better. They immediately took out money to find craftsmen and began to train them. Before we came here, someone had already gone to the capital to participate in the craftsman competition. This is all thanks to the Zhang family. Yes, it is wrong to focus on agriculture and not on industry and commerce. Every aspect is useful. A good craftsman is not worse than a genius. A genius can rule a country, and the craftsman's research can strengthen a country. It is the same for medicine. Even the Imperial Academy of Medicine is not good. Isn't it because the officials look down on them? The reason why the Zhang family and Wang family are so powerful is that they include scholars, agriculture, industry, commerce, and medicine. No matter which aspect needs people, they can provide them immediately. I guess the best talents in the Tang Empire are in their family. Old Man Chang did not have a high status in the past, so he paid special attention to the people's livelihood. At first, he was a little confused, but now he finally understood why the Zhang family and Wang family were different from others. According to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, this was called complementing each other. Just like that, the three old men ate and chatted as they followed the procession back. The people outside slandered and gossiped about what they wanted. Zhang Zhong did not enter his carriage. He rode on the horse and thought. The people were dealt with, but he still had to think of a way to deal with the people behind them. It seemed that he needed Li Sun to make a move. Otherwise, he would have to take out more prescriptions to exchange with the imperial court. It was very interesting. In the past, he had never thought that he could make such an exchange. Before he took the imperial examination, he thought that he would be upright and outspoken when he became an official. Now that he was an official, he knew that it was impossible. Even if he was thinking for the people, he would still be restricted. If it were not for his son and daughter-in-law who kept making good things to exchange with the imperial court and other people, it would be a dream for him to sit in his current position, let alone have someone to take care of the trouble he caused. Sigh. This road is not easy to walk, but since I am here, I have to continue. Fortunately, I have a divine son and daughter-in-law. Who else has such a divine son and daughter-in-law? In the eyes of these two kids, small schemes are simply child's play. After pondering for a while, Zhang Zhong muttered to himself. His mood finally improved. Since things couldn't go smoothly, then he might as well ride the wind and break the waves. At home, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to teach their younger siblings how to read. They had to write big words and then make the paper into a kite. That was, they had to ride on the big kite. It was impossible to let their younger siblings and the two foreign sisters learn how to read. Everyone wanted to play. If they could play, how could they sit still and learn how to read? Flying a kite was different. They had to make the kite into various shapes and then find a time when there was wind to release it into the sky. The 6 children saw the words in the sky. The maidservant kept reading the words, and the children unconsciously memorized them when they were curious. In the future, even if there were no kites, the children would know how to pronounce the words when they wrote them out. Under such circumstances, if they were 2 years older, they would be compared with other children of similar age. They would find that they had learned more than other children and would be praised more. In order to maintain this advantage and continue to be praised, they would take the initiative to learn. Many adults did not understand that when children learned well, especially in exams, not only would they not praise them, but they would also pour cold water on them, telling them not to be proud and that there were better people. In fact, it was not wrong to do this, but they must know how to adjust and not always pour cold water on them. If they were 10th in an exam, don't tell them that there were 9 people ahead of them. Instead, tell them that there were people behind them who were not convinced and would chase after them. This way, the children would feel that they were the leader and would work harder to increase the distance behind them. When the distance was widened, they would change from 10th to 9th or 8th. The method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were using now was an incentive policy. When the 6 little guys played the game, they also introduced such a mechanism. If they couldn't compare with others, then they would compare with themselves. 5 big kites were released. Some of the 6 children stretched out their small hands and pointed, while others looked at the kites with wide eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. This method was indeed useful. In just a quarter of an hour, the 6 little fellows had already memorized the 5 words. Just as the maidservant was about to change the kite, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. It was enough to memorize 5 words today. Before the 6 little fellows needed to go to bed, this half an hour was to consolidate their knowledge. The mother kite was flying in the sky, and the child kites were hanging on the line below and rising together. When they hit the top, they folded their wings and slid down along the line. One kite after another, the children would release a kite once for each word they said. When the 6 children were tired of playing and were carried to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. Let's make the bicycle for them. Now it's more advanced than when we were at that time. Let them play more often. It's best to be able to control the direction by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao sat under the shade of the tree again, picked up a book to read, and played with his younger brothers and sisters for a while. For him and Wang Wan, this was a very happy thing. The happiness of childhood did not belong to them. Without them, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would not have the background of an aristocratic family at all. They were forcibly promoted to the position of an aristocratic family. To be precise, they were on the verge of being an aristocratic family. It was not stable yet, so they had to continue to work hard. Wang Wan did not take a book, but took some food. Sitting next to Zhang Xiaobao, she ate 2 mouthfuls of shaved ice and said, "What do you think of the news that was sent yesterday?" "Oh, are you talking about the 4 people who were newly admitted to the imperial examinations in the past few years?" They were actually assigned to be officials in Jiannan province, and they were in 2 neighboring counties. They were assigned to be the registrar and the county magistrate. The arranged positions were really good. They were arranged to be in Idyll. It's not easy to develop. What do they have there? There are a lot of good things there, such as fruits, silkworms, and tea leaves. The tea leaves and silkworms are already famous, especially the Sichuan brocade. The fruits are good, but they can't be transported out. The climate there seems to be good for raising pigs, but now the grain yield is low. If they only rely on pigweed to feed them, how long will it take to raise them before they can be killed? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were on the book, but he did not read a word. There, he was analyzing what should be done to improve the living standards of the people in the vicinity of Chengdu, Sichuan. 4 students of the academy had been admitted this year and were assigned to that area. At first, they wanted to rely on their own abilities to develop, but they found that it was difficult to progress there. So they sent one of the 4 pigeons back to the academy to send the news back. As for the news from the academy, there was no pigeons to send back. The news was directly sent to the academy. They asked for help from the academy. The academy did not know what to do, so they had to send the news here. As a result, it was sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There had been a lot of talents in the academy in recent years. Some were Jinsher, and some were in other fields. Usually, when they had difficulties, they would ask the academy for help. The academy could basically solve it. There was strength in numbers. There were also some people in the capital who were sponsored by the Zhang family restaurant who became officials one after another. However, none of them were like the four of them, running to Jiannan Road all of a sudden. The road was extremely difficult to walk on, and the situation was extremely complicated. The people of the academy could not think of a solution, so they could only ask the dean for help. However, the dean did not do anything, and the troublesome ones were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobao, will bamboo work? There are a lot of bamboo in Chengdu, and we need to open 2 restaurants. Not to make money, but to send people there in the future. We need to have a place to eat and live. Wang Wan reminded him. Okay, bamboo will work. Aren't the 2 counties next to each other? Then let them build a paper mill together and ship it here. We need to use paper anyway. Think about it, what other specialties are there? There are medicinal herbs, right? These can be sent to Huaiyuan County Hospital to be sold. What else? Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought that he could not help. These people would be useful in the future. There is also raw lacquer, which is a very good thing, but not many people buy it. It is not very useful. Wang Wan reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Yes, there is also raw lacquer. Who said that it is not useful? It is a good thing. We can use it for ships and wires. Let the 2 counties plant a lot of raw lacquer trees. If there are not enough of them now, we can buy them from other places and sell them for money. There are also ginkgo trees, which are also medicinal herbs. Don't worry about the tea leaves and Sichuan brocade. Let's make these first. There are a lot of fruits there, so we can use the fruits to make wine. The leftover wine will be fed to the pigs. We don't need to eat grain. Then it's settled. I will arrange it. Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Whether it could be done or not depended on the strength of the 4 people. This kind of thing could be done if one wanted to. She had already thought about it. As long as the wine was brewed, they would transport it here and sell it. The money from the sale would be exchanged for grain and transported back. They did not expect to make much money in the middle, as long as it was enough to buy grain and transport. They could transport it directly to the place by water. With a good ship, they were not afraid of being damaged in dangerous places. Even if the current was strong, they could rely on the ship to stop in the middle of the river. If there was really a more dangerous place, then they would send a few people from the seedling protection team to blow it up with explosives. After Wang Wan finished writing the letter and sent it out, the 6 little guys also woke up and ran to Zhang Xiaobao to play with their brother. After playing with them for a while and coaxing them to be led to the servant girl, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had time to continue reading. Now the 2 of them were reading a book written by a famous official according to other notes. As for the rest of the books that should be read, the 2 of them relied on their young age and good memory to learn most of them. In addition, they had the comprehension ability of an adult. Other than revising and reading books that were not related to the imperial examination, there was nothing else to read. When the 2 of them were reading, someone came back to report that the matter with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been solved. The people were also caught, so the 2 of them did not need to worry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried at all. After reading for a while, they planned to continue to be light bulbs. The time to burn wine was too short. They had to continue to think of ways to make it into a commodity to sell. Zhang Zhong also brought the people back in the afternoon. There was no place to lock up all 1,200 prefectural soldiers, but if they were not locked up, he was afraid that something would happen. In the end, he had no choice but to leave a portion of Li Sun's men behind and let all 1,200 of them go to an empty space. The first 700 people who were caught were tied together with ropes. The other 500 people were much more lenient. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry to interrogate the people he caught. He only sent a memorial to wait for the imperial court to make a decision. When the time came, he did not even have to interrogate them. He could just directly detain them to the capital. The capital could decide how they wanted to interrogate them. Li Sun also wrote a letter. Now that the place was set, he had to occupy the two mines, especially the marble mine. That was discussed with Zhang Xiaobao. It was for his own use. He also had to dig the copper mine. Now, he had to send people to guard it to prevent others from stealing it. When Old Man Yao came back, before Old Man Pai could ask for a car from the Zhang family, the Zhang family personally sent the car over and said that it had just been made. This made Old Man Yao happy. He smelled the paint on the outside of the car. It was indeed just made. The smell of wood inside had not dissipated yet. Just as Zhang Zhong was waiting for news from the imperial court, something finally happened in Shuzhou. When Zhang Zhong returned, 4 out of the 6 judges were detained. The other 2 were nowhere to be found. After Zhang Zhong returned to his residence for 5 days, someone quickly came to report that the Yangtze River in Wangjiang County had burst open. The flood had already washed many places, and the water was still flowing out. The people in Wangjiang County could not stop it at all. No one knew how many people had died, how many houses had been destroyed, and how the dam had burst open. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he was stunned. It had not rained these few days, so it was impossible for there to be a flood. Even if there was a flood, someone should have reported the rise of the water level first. Why did it burst open all of a sudden? Putting aside the other things in his hands, Zhang Zhong went directly to the courtyard where his son and daughter-in-law were. When he saw the 2 of them, he said, "Xiao Bao, the Yangtze River in Wangjiang County has burst open. We just received news." "Ah. Burst open. That's not right. Didn't we arrange for people to go there to take a look? It can't be broken, especially when it hasn't rained yet. How could it be broken? Unless..." "Father, go and interrogate the county magistrate of Taihu County, that military attaché Fang, and the other 4 people we caught. They must know." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, his heart immediately tensed up. There was a map at Wangjiang County, and it happened to be a place with a bend. If that place really burst open, then all the water would burst out. It was impossible to continue walking along the original line. Back then, they did not interrogate people to leave a chance for the people behind them. They should be people from the imperial clan. If they really found out anything, then it would be difficult to handle. As long as they occupied the mine and straightened out the officials in the state, it would be fine. Whether or not they killed people had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Now, it seemed that they had no choice but to ask. That place suddenly burst open. Who would believe it if they told others? Unexpectedly, before the county magistrate of Taihu County said anything, the military attaché Fang had already said it. He said that the method was given by the higher-ups, which was to dig up the riverbank. As long as the water was flushed, Zhang Zhong would not have the leisure to care about anything else. Presumably, the 2 men who had escaped had arranged this matter. 5 days was not the right time for a fast horse to finish digging and then a fast horse to report back to them. This time, even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were dumbfounded. They never thought that someone would dare to do this. How was this a political struggle? This was clearly a murderer, a blatant murderer. How could such a person exist? Was he not afraid that Li Longji would also kill people? This time, even if it was a prince, Li Longji would not let them go, let alone the younger generation of the imperial clan. His entire family would be killed. Madman, this kind of person was a madman. Zhang Xiaobao immediately became listless. He had asked the military attaché Fang in detail, and the military attaché Fang had told him everything except for digging up the river. It seemed that the two people had escaped, and it was too late to stop them. The river here was too long, and it was impossible to send that many people to guard it. Moreover, they were all riding fast horses. As long as they were late for 2 to 4 hours, they would not have to think about anything. Building a river bank might take a long time, but destroying a river bank was too easy. Even if we cut them into pieces, we will not be able to vent our anger. We have already lost, so how can we still cause trouble? If all the officials are like this, then at that time, we can forget about keeping all the river dikes. We can blow them up with explosives, but those officials thought of running out and committing suicide, but they didn't mention using explosives to blow up the river dikes. Wang Wan's eyes were red. She could not understand how officials could do such a thing. How did those two people climb to their current positions? It was obvious that Wangjiang County was crippled. Who knew how many people had died? Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. He closed his eyes and thought about things. At this time, there was no point in complaining. Even if he immediately found those two people and the people who worked for them and killed them, it was useless. He had to think of a way to reduce the losses as much as possible. After half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and began to call for people to give orders. He had to save people first. Perhaps many people had already died, but there were still people hiding in high places or trees. He also had to think of a way to block the gap. He first got people to go over and see how big the gap was. It was probably not small. When he destroyed it, he only needed to dig a little, and the river water would gradually fill the gap. Fuck, how do I block it? This was the second time Zhang Xiaobao cursed. At this moment, Wang Wan took the map over. The two of them looked at the map together, hoping to find a solution. For example, if there was a big mountain beside them, they could dig stones and cut trees from the mountain, as well as how the terrain there was, and where to send people over. Zhang Zhong was also anxious, but he could not think of a solution. This matter was already beyond his ability. Digging a breach in the river embankment was even more helpless than a flood when it rained. When it rained, they could at least be prepared. Now, there was no preparation at all. They would be able to harvest in a few days, but now that the embankment was washed away by the water, the food was gone. How were they going to pay this year's rent? It was a man-made disaster. He did not know if the imperial court would waive the rent. Even if it was waived, he would have wasted a year. He originally wanted to pay more, but now, it was even less. After the three old men heard the news, they sat together in a daze. They also did not expect that there would be someone who could do such a thing. This matter could not be blamed on the experts of the Zhang family for not foreseeing it. Who could have foreseen it? Even if Zhuge Liang was still alive, it would be useless. Zhang Zhong did not even dare to ask his son and daughter-in-law. It would put too much pressure on the two children. He could only wait in the signing room, hoping that his son and daughter-in-law would once again use their divine abilities to turn the tide. The military registrar, who had confessed the matter, did not have any happy thoughts. He had already been arrested. After hearing the situation over there, he clearly knew what the result would be. Not only would he lose a lot of people and money, even if he died, he would bear an infamy for eternity. He did not know if his family would be able to stay. If the imperial court vented their anger on him, then his entire family would be finished. Even those who were slightly related to him would not be able to escape. Chapter 572. We have to tell the emperor about this first. Otherwise, people will think that Zhang Zhong didn't do a good job. This is too hateful. We have to think of a way. We can't just watch the local people suffer. Old Man Pai wasn't in the mood to fish anymore. He sat there drinking tea and said to the two old men. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. He had to think about what to do slowly. They had to block it, but how to block it? It was hard to say if they could block it. Compared to the flood on the Yellow River, the Yangtze River was much worse. Old Man Chang was also trying to think of a way. He suddenly said, "How about this? Send more people to transport stones over. Block it bit by bit first, then seal the opening. It's best if we can find a way to make the water smaller." "How can the water be smaller?" Old Man Pai asked gloomily. "Why not? Didn't the people by the river use the river water when they irrigate the land? Let's get them to water the land again. Starting from upstream, the more water they use, the less water there will be. It's so clogged. It's not like there hasn't been a flood in the past. What should be flushed has been flushed. Let's just treat it as a flood like before." Old Man Chang added. Old Man Yao disagreed. "How can that be? The food of the people upstream is almost ripe. If we ask them to let the water go, the food will be soaked in the water again. They absolutely can't do it, even if we give them money. After all, the amount of food they have is related to their political achievements. It's true that there have been floods before, but when has it ever been good? Now it's man-made. The Zhang family can't bear such a big loss. If we don't think of a safe way, we won't be able to recover in 3 years. The water might even reach the state capital." The news was quickly spread to the imperial court by Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The entire imperial court was shocked. It wasn't because of the flood. Since the flood had already happened, the Zhang family and Wang family would think of a way to make up for the loss. Everyone was shocked. Who was so crazy? If all the local officials were like this, then wouldn't it be impossible to arrest people and punish them in the future? How many rivers were there in the Great Tang? When it was the rainy season, it was impossible to guard against them. If they were to dig up the rivers, didn't that mean that as long as it was the rainy season, even the local officials would have to tolerate their mistakes? Otherwise, they would start digging up the rivers. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. They had to use torture to let all the officials know that if they dared to do this, their entire race would be wiped out. After the discussion of the punishment in the imperial court, everyone began to look forward to what the master of the Zhang family would do under such circumstances. Here, this place is low. And here, it has always been low. This place is slightly higher. That's great. It's fine as long as it's higher. Zhang Xiaobao was still studying the map when the people who went to check the situation came back. Just as everyone thought, almost all the villages near the river were gone. It was a vast expanse of water. Many people ran out with their families. It was still unknown how many people had died. The rescuers had also gone over. They rowed the boats to look for people who were still alive. The gap was a little bigger, but no one went to plug it. The water was spreading to other places very quickly. All the fields passing by were flooded. There was no hope for any harvest. After studying the military map in detail, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed a hint of joy. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, do you have a good idea? Do you know how to plug it?" "Yes, I know. I'll go and arrange for people. Li Sun also needs to send people to call the people in other places. The road can be repaired later." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He had a very bold idea in his heart. After talking to Wang Wan, he took her to find his father. Zhang Zhong had lost weight. In only 3 days, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. He was worried. The news should have reached the imperial court. He didn't know what they would do. And here, he had sent people to rescue, but the water had not been plugged. The local people only cared about escaping and couldn't organize. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen his father for 2 days. He had been thinking about how to minimize this disaster. Now that he saw his father's appearance, he was distressed. If this went on, it was likely that he would fall ill. Fortunately, he had a way. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you have a good idea? When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law coming, the first thing that came to his mind was this. The 2 children were his last hope. If even the gods couldn't do it, who else could he turn to? Zhang Xiaobao nodded fiercely. Father, there is a way. Didn't you mention that you wanted to repair the bridge last time? It was an official in Wangjiang County who said that we should take this opportunity to repair the bridge and connect the north and south of the river. This can be considered a political achievement. Now, let's arrange for people to do things and get people to gather enough steel. Repair the bridge. Xiaobao, it's a flood now. It's not normal. Zhang Zhong didn't expect his son to mention repairing the bridge at this time. This didn't seem to have anything to do with disaster relief, right? That's right, father. It's to repair the bridge. While doing disaster relief, we can repair the bridge at the same time. It won't be delayed and will be repaired very soon. I reckon that when it's frozen, a bridge will be able to connect the 2 sides. At that time, transportation will be convenient. As long as there's more production here, we can raise the rent tax. Zhang Xiaobao said firmly. Wang Wan couldn't figure out how to repair the bridge. When Zhang Xiaobao began to issue orders and post notices in the name of his father, Wang Wan finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao saw from the map that the place where the Wangjiang River burst was at the lowest point. After the water rushed out, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to continue digging along the line and create a road for the water. Finally, it connected to a section of the embankment in front and dug the embankment there. The water from the upstream would flow back into the Yangtze River from the excavated area. What they needed to do now was to get more people to dig in the front and build a river embankment in the open space in the north. They would block the water from the embankment in the front between the undamaged embankment and the newly built embankment so that the water would flow directly into the area that was going to be blown out. In other words, they would artificially build a bridge for the water and let the water flow along this road. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao wanted to repair the bridge. In the past, when they built reservoirs, they would first dig a river and lead the water over. Then, they would first block the dam on the other side. When they were done, they would blow up the blocked area and block the other side again. Then, the water would come back. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to lead the water away at this time and block the normal river channel. He wanted to use cement and steel to repair the bridge. This bridge was easy to repair. It didn't need to carry large vehicles that weighed tons. Using cement and steel to build the bridge piers at the bottom, it wouldn't be a problem even if they used wood to build the bridge. It was indeed fast. After Wang Wan figured out this matter, she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's head and kissed him hard on the cheek. Xiaobao, you really didn't disappoint. You're never the kind of person who compromises in the face of difficulties. At this time, you can still think of making use of this opportunity. That's great. If the bridge is repaired, then this political achievement will be huge. Let's go and take a look. Basically, everyone in the province started to move. Those who had money contributed, and those who had power contributed. The money naturally came from the Zhang family, the Wang family, and Li Sun. The strength came from the bodyguards and the people around them. Zhang Zhong personally went there to take charge. As long as the people had someone to command them, it would be much easier. They didn't lack the spirit to fight, but they were afraid that there would be no one to lead them. The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family began to arrange people according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan. They started to build the embankment from where the water was shallow. After the embankment was built a little, they pushed it forward again. Bit by bit, they forced the water between the embankment of the Yangtze River and this side. There were also people digging a little further away. The people in the province started to move, but the three old men still didn't understand Zhang Zhong's intention. To be precise, they didn't understand what the experts of the Zhang family wanted to do. After asking Zhang Zhong, the three old men stared blankly as Zhang Zhong left to organize the people to work. It can actually be done like this. They diverted the water instead of directly blocking it. Then they took the opportunity to repair the bridge. They knew that the embankment was destroyed first. If I didn't know, I would have thought that it was Zhang Zhong who ordered people to dig up the embankment for the purpose of repairing the bridge. Old man Chang said in surprise. He really admired this. If it was someone else, it would have been over long ago. However, the experts of the Zhang family made use of it. Not only did they block the water and prevent it from continuing to rush to other more important places, they also made use of this disaster to make some achievements. If the Zhang family wanted to repair the bridge, they could have waited until winter to fix the embankment here first before blowing it up. They couldn't have let the water rush in. He really wants to repair the bridge. I don't know if he can do it. If he can, then he will be the first person in history. No, the experts behind him will be the second person in history. Old Man Pai was also shocked by this plan. At the same time, he deeply felt the tenacity of the Zhang family. No matter how difficult the situation was, they would not admit defeat. And the more difficult the situation was, the more they would do. It was the same over and over again. Ever since he started raising chickens to help Old Man Yao deal with the locust plague, he had done this. No matter how many obstacles there were in front of him, he would go through them all. Old Man Yao stared at Zhang Zhong's back as he left. After a while, he finally said, as expected, he is quite capable. It seems that there is really no way to deal with the Zhang family in the future. People like him are not afraid of being banished at all. In the face of such a situation, they can still gain benefits. What can they not do? They can immediately think of a solution without any preparation. That is to say, as long as they have time to prepare, they don't have to worry about anything. This is a good idea, especially since the Zhang family now has cement. If they want to build a bridge in the future, they can do the same and build another dam in advance. When the time comes, they can start building bridge piers there. It will be much more convenient for people to travel between the two sides of the river. In addition, they can also build the land road. When the time comes, they can transport goods together with the water route. The food from the south can be quickly transported to the north, and the things from the north can also be transported to the south. It will also be convenient for people to travel between the two sides. If it is the Yellow River, the speed of transportation by boat can't compare to the speed of transportation by bridge. If there is a war, the bridge will be a great contribution. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao thought differently from ordinary people. As long as they found something good, they would want to lead it to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about what other people thought. If they wanted to build a bridge, they could do it. The most important thing was that they could afford to pay for the steel. The two of them had already decided that if the cement wasn't up to standard, they would add copper pillars to replace the poor quality steel when building the bridge piers. This was all money. If they wanted to build a bridge from the Yangtze River to the other side, it would cost at least 100,000 strings of cash. It was money. They had to spend it. Even if they spent it, they couldn't charge anything like before. Even if the money was paid by their family, they couldn't charge people a penny after the bridge was built. Fortunately, the transportation capacity wasn't that high now. It wasn't a railway bridge, so they didn't have to worry about overloading large trucks. The bridge deck didn't cost too much. After the bridge piers were built, they could use ropes to connect the bridge. Finally, they laid wood. If they wanted to build it better, they could use iron chains to connect the bridge piers. Money, it's not like my dad caused this. Why does my family have to pay for the repairs? We can't even collect a toll. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled as he looked at the commoners working in full swing. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was muttering because he was bored. Not to mention that it was because of Zhang Zhong. Even if there wasn't any reason, he would still take the initiative to build the bridge. He didn't care how much money his family had to spend. There was a big difference between having a bridge and not having one. People who came and went didn't have to risk their lives. If the bridge here wasn't too important, then if they could build a bridge upstream, the dangers of the Three Gorges would be reduced. The really big cargo ships there rarely had accidents. Usually, the dangerous ones were the small boats or small cargo ships that carried people across the river. If there was a bridge, there was no need to use it. They could just walk on it. Now the bridge here was built for Zhang Zhong's political achievements, and also to help Li Sun. There was also a more important reason to build a bridge through this disaster. If it was successful, they could do the same in other places in the future. Xiaobao, why don't I pay for the bridge too? Li Sun, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaobao, heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and said aloud. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at Li Sun, shook his head, and said, No, you don't have to pay for it. If you want to pay for it, when this bridge is built, you can build one on the Yellow River and directly connect it to the capital. It seems that the cement needs to be studied. What if it doesn't work? Li Sun nodded seriously. Okay, let's see how your bridge is first. Don't let it be washed away by the water. In fact, it won't cost much. Give me the cost of the cement. When the time comes, I'll use the marble stones to build a bigger yard for our brother and sister. That's my brother and sister. Zhang Xiaobao corrected. It's the same. Li Sun replied, but his heart was touched by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was looking forward to the Zhang family's bridge being built so that people could pass through it normally. When the time comes, he would really go to the Yellow River to build the bridge. He would use some of the money from the transaction to build a few more bridges. It was just that steel and copper were a bit expensive, but cement was not worth much. Wang Wan also smiled. She admitted that the current environment was really very good. They could spend as much money as they needed. There was no such thing as buying a few bags. In the end, they only needed a little money, so how could they build something of good quality? No one could be greedy with their own money. Especially the price of the raw materials was very cheap. There were many times when they didn't even need to spend money to buy them. They just needed to find a place to pick them. For example, the materials used to make cement were very cheap. If a road could be built for the local people during the process of picking, the local officials would be very grateful. Usually, there wouldn't be officials coming over to ask for money. The big officials wouldn't bother to do that, and the small ones wouldn't dare. Li Longji was doing a good job now. Now that there was a way to solve the problem, the people didn't panic. Even the local people who were washed away by the flood didn't run around and beg for food like before. They all joined the operation. Naturally, the Zhang family and the Wang family paid for food and other things. This wasn't considered a salary, but it was the salary for 20 days. If they worked for a long time, all the rent and transfer would be waived. It wasn't that the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't afford it, but that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't prepared to pay for it. If everything was measured by money, then this nation would be finished. There would only be money in their hearts, and there would be no morality or family. The current situation was to resist the disaster. There was also a period of post-disaster reconstruction. It was necessary to show the unity of this nation. If other businessmen were willing to pay to help, then it would be better. Zhang Xiaobao promised that he wouldn't embezzle any of the money. All of it would be used on the victims. After following them for 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that they didn't need to take care of this matter anymore. They were ready to go back. Someone had already sent them a letter. The 4 little brats had begun to make a fuss because they couldn't see their brother and sister. Zhang Zhong also asked if the 4 little brats mentioned him. The result was naturally very disappointing. His children only knew to call him father when they saw him and endure his beard being kissed twice. They didn't usually think of him at all. Their brother and sister were the best. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go back, they also asked the 3 old men if they wanted to go back with them. They also made watermelon dumplings for the 3 old men to eat. The 3 old men thought of the food Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made. They swallowed at the same time, but insisted on staying. They wanted to take a good look at this matter and see what was going on. When the time came, they could use it in other places to gain more experience. The canal could continue to be repaired, and then a bridge could be built on it to connect the 2 sides. This way, transportation would be more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the others didn't move, so they had to go back by themselves. Even Li Sun wanted to stay here and see how the water was blocked elsewhere. He also wanted to see how the bridge looked like, especially how many materials were used. He was afraid that others would cheat him. A caddy of iron was a lot of money. What if he didn't know and someone else bought more, or bought normal iron but used less? After the bridge pier was piled up with cement, it couldn't be seen from the outside. Who knew what it looked like inside? He had to be on guard. Li Sun still didn't know. What he was thinking about was what happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at that time. Just like what he thought, since it was piled up with cement, no one could see the situation inside. If there was a flood and it suddenly collapsed, he would say that it was the water behind it. It wouldn't happen once in 10,000 years, or even once in 1,000,000 years. It couldn't even be compared to the Ice Age. Anyway, he would say it as shameless as possible. Even if everyone knew what was going on, it was just like the emperor's new clothes. After hearing and seeing more, he got used to it. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have such concerns. After all, it was still the time to talk about morality. After all, if someone fell to the ground and saved him, he wouldn't say that it was you who hit him. After the 2 of them arranged things properly, they rode back quickly. They didn't know what the little guys were doing. If they didn't know how to go, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the younger brother and sister's courtyard, the 4 little guys had turned the sky upside down. Even the 2 sisters were making trouble. The maids in the courtyard were washing clothes for them, and they began to make trouble there. In fact, it was not right to say that they were making trouble. They kindly wanted to help wash. Each of them pulled a washboard and imitated others, making water everywhere. They didn't know whose clothes were, but they were distributed and put in basins for them to rub. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already used good soap powder. It was very convenient to wash clothes, and the clothes were easy to clean. The 6 little guys were avoiding the maids who were wiping their faces when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister, they were happy at first. Then they laughed and made bubbles all over their bodies. It seemed that they had rubbed more vigorously just now. As soon as the 6 little guys saw that their relatives had come back, they opened their small hands and ran over. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother ran and fell to the ground with a plop. He sat there and pondered for a while. Finally, he found the problem. His belt buckle was open. Just now, he stepped on it with one foot. He looked up at his brother and sister, got up angrily and continued to run over. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister like this, they were very proud. This was what they taught them. When they fell, they didn't cry. Instead, they thought about why they fell. It took them a long time to develop such a habit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by their younger brother and sister. They came to the place where they washed their clothes. It seemed that they wanted to let the two of them see what washing clothes was. One by one, they squatted beside the washing board that was placed horizontally. They took the clothes out of the basin and put them on it. Then, they threw their whole bodies on it to wash. Good, good. Good job washing. Zhang Xiaobao immediately praised them loudly. He even used his strength to rub his hands twice. This time, it was amazing. Xiao Bei directly rushed over and took off the only piece of clothing on Zhang Xiaobao's upper body. With a splash, he pressed it into the water and rubbed it. It was unknown how much soap they had put in. Every time they rubbed, a lot of bubbles would come out. Wang Wan looked and said, "Why don't you put some glycerin in it? It's a byproduct when making soap. It's just right for them to blow bubbles for fun." Zhang Xiaobao nodded, but his eyes were staring at the hands of the maidservants who were washing the clothes. He watched them rub there. Their hands were indeed good and well maintained, but Zhang Xiaobao always felt that something was wrong. "Why are you looking at their hands? Haven't you seen washing clothes before? Now, we can only wash like this or use a stick to hit them. There's no washing machine." Wang Wan stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, if there's no washing machine, then make one. I don't expect it to have all kinds of functions. As long as it can turn, it's fine. We can make a generator. Is it difficult to make an electric motor?" Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what was wrong. It turned out that it was missing a washing machine. "It's not difficult, but there will be leakage." Wang Wan followed. "Then don't use it. Use manpower, the kind that uses feet. It's better than washing by hand, right? It's even better if it's placed by the river. The maidservants only need to be responsible for pouring water into it. There's also an additional job of washing clothes." Zhang Xiaobao decided to free the maidservants' hands and not let them continue to wash clothes with their hands. Wang Wan nodded and then shook her head. "Who will let you wash clothes? Won't they wash clothes in their own house? There's no market at all. Normally, that's the case. However, there are many rich people who do get others to help them wash their clothes. Don't some commoners rely on this to earn a living? That's settled then. In the future, build more washing machines to help those who cannot find work." Zhang Xiaobao insisted mainly because he thought that there was something attractive about this matter, and that was the things used to wash clothes. It would be better if there were some spices to add to the fragrance. Many people might not worry about not having enough clothes to wash, but they came to wash clothes out of curiosity and identity. Even if they were not successful in the end, they could still sell washing machines. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and guessed what he was thinking. She said, "Do you want to sell washing machines? This can't be sold. It needs good materials and a lot of money. People who don't have money won't use it. Rich people have maids and hired old women. Who would spend money to buy this? Why not? If you sell it as a product, no one will buy it. You can just sell it as a fashion trend. Let those people feel that if they don't buy a washing machine at home, the clothes they wear will be different from others. Add some spice. Use different plants to distill, and then spray the washed clothes with a variety of fragrances, and the pure natural ones. Get it to the key cities of the better states, and a place like the capital. There should be a market. How do you know if you don't try? Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked to his yard. He wanted to go back and find a craftsman to make a washing machine. Wang Wan also followed behind to help with ideas. The 6 little guys were washing happily. When they saw that they were gone, they were stunned and found that they were about to walk out of the yard. They put down other things and ran with their legs tight. Zhang Xiaobao heard the footsteps and looked back. Only then did he remember that there were 6 little guys. Zhang Xiaobao paused and winked at Wang Wan. He clapped his hands and walked in front of her. He said, "Please do this with me." Wang Wan was a little stunned and immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She followed Zhang Xiaobao and clapped her hands while walking. She said, "I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. I'll." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept repeating this process. As they talked, the 6 little guys also began to follow. They also said, "I'll do this with you," with Wang Wan. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked in front, and the 6 little guys followed behind. It was like a mother goose walking with her baby geese. Everyone who saw it was confused. They didn't know why the young master and the young lady were walking with the 4 little ancestors. In this way, we can add poetry and other things in the future. They will be very willing to learn. They will even organize themselves to play like this. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the yard and asked someone to find a craftsman, they hugged the 6 little guys together and said softly, "How can you come up with so many ideas? The little guys are so pitiful. They don't even know that they are being schemed against." Wang Wan really understood Zhang Xiaobao's intention this time. Guidance. The learning method of guidance in the game was the best way. After waiting for another 5 days, the 3 old men realized that they couldn't build the bridge yet. They hadn't found enough things to block the bridge, so they finally came back. Staying outside was indeed not as good as staying at home. The main reason was that they didn't have a group of little guys. When they came back, they saw Lu, Xin, Wei Wei, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others installing things. There was a man-made river in their yard, and there was a windmill connected to it. The 3 old men were now in the old man Pai's yard. They were very puzzled when they saw the thing. They wanted to ask, but seeing how serious the little guys were, they didn't want to disturb them. They could only wait by the side. After the things were installed, someone directly took a lot of clothes and threw them into the box. They didn't know what it meant. The 3 old men watched the group of little guys add water to the box and put in soap powder. When the other end was connected to the windmill, there was a rumbling sound from the box. It wasn't too loud. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands. The 6 little guys also clapped their hands, although they didn't know what this thing was for or what benefits it would bring them. Old Man Pai saw that everyone was done, so he came over to look at the situation in the box. It had already started spinning, and it was spinning quite quickly. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in confusion and asked, "This is?" "Grandpa Bai, you're back. This is a washing machine. It's used to wash clothes. With this thing, you don't need to rub it with your hands or hit it with a stick. It can wash a lot of clothes at once. It's very fast and convenient. Grandpa Bai, how much are you willing to pay if I sell this to you?" Zhang Xiaobao introduced it to Old Man Pai and asked about the market demand. "I won't pay a penny. I already have someone in my family who specializes in this job. I have a lot of money and nowhere to spend it. Why would I buy this thing to wash clothes? Old Man Pai didn't give him any face at all. Wang Wan laughed softly at the side. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too embarrassing. He smacked his lips and said, Grandpa Bai, it's like this. As long as you buy this thing, I can give you the materials to add fragrance to your clothes for free. There are many kinds of fragrance, and you can wear it. People will laugh at an old man like me if I wear it. I won't buy it. I definitely won't buy it. Before Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Old Man Pai interrupted and refused. After he finished speaking, he turned around to look at Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao. The two old men nodded cooperatively, meaning that they wouldn't buy it. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a while. He said to Wang Wan, You see, I told you that Grandpa Bai and the others don't need this at all. You just had to bring it over. Tear it down, tear it all down. Take it back to our own homes. Wang Wan laughed even louder. The others also laughed. Even the 6 children, who still didn't know what was going on, laughed like flowers. Old Man Pai quickly stopped them and said, There's no need to tear it down. It looks okay and can be used. Keep it. Later, I'll give one to your Grandpa Yao and Grandpa Zhang. As for the fragrance, I don't need it. I'll help you this time. Give it to someone else. Ah, this old man is easy to talk to. Grandpa Bai, then should I thank you? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he pulled his brother to his side. No need. I'm also very happy to be able to help little guys like you this time. Old Man Pai said with bright eyes. His gaze was fixed on the washing machine. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in admiration. Grandpa Bai, you are really too noble. Then do you think I can still sell this washing machine? I've decided. If the important thing is that you buy a washing machine, I'll give you a good iron. Yes, you can sell it. What does the iron look like? Is it better than a soldering iron? Xiaobao, how about this? If you sell it directly, you don't know what other people will think after they use it. Why don't you let me have a few first? I'll find someone to help you use it. I'll tell you the pros and cons. What about you two? Old Man Pai knew that the things from the Zhang family had always been good. How could he miss out on this opportunity? Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao nodded at the same time. Old Man Yao had a lot of good friends. Old Man Chang wanted to give it to his family's master, Zhang Juling. The things from the Zhang family were definitely comfortable to use. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, I'll take out a total of 5. You 3 can split it. Xiaobao, why don't you take out 2? We happen to have 3 people. If you take out 2, wouldn't the effect be better? Old Man Pai didn't fall for it at all. Little guy, you want to kill 3 with 2 peaches. Chapter 573. Danger, the flood washes away misfortune. Winds and clouds change, the people who leave have no return. Danger, who points to the blue sky to reverse the tide. Autumn arrives, the crabs are full, the fish is fat. While others were fixing the dam, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were free, began to research the items at home. Ever since they made the semi-automatic washing machine, the two realized that there were more comfortable things to make. For example, the solar shower. It was the kind that placed a large water tank at a high place. It was made of aluminum and coated with a layer of black paint. When the sun was shining, it would start drying early in the morning. When it was sunny, it could be used to bathe the younger siblings in the afternoon. It was very practical. Another example was the spray iron. First, it was enough to make a spray iron. Once it was sprayed, it would be ironed a few times. While making this, there was some unforeseen circumstances. There was no mist, only water jets. After some slight modification, it became a spray gun. The 6 little ones could each have a water fight. After solving the daily games of the younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had a new research direction. Building a biogas pool had many advantages. There could be biogas fertilizer, a biogas stove, and a biogas lamp. The biogas stove was easy to make. They just needed to make a stove to light it up. As for the biogas lamp, they just needed to remove the stove and light it up directly. It was more convenient to use than an oil lamp and brighter than candles. As for other things, they did not care. The 2 suspected judges had not been caught yet. There was no way to prove that they were the ones who dug the dam. Their families were still living under the supervision of the provincial government. The interrogation officer only knew that there were people above, but he did not know who they were. They all had a fixed contact point in another province. Only when there was trouble, the people above would ask for the help of one or a few officials from the imperial court. The list of suspected officials who had helped had already been sent to the capital. This kind of thing should not involve Zhang Zhong. They had already sent people to the other provinces. Needless to say, the place that used to be had long been deserted. If they wanted to find traces of the transportation of ores and marble, it would not be Shuzhou's problem anymore. Whoever owned the territory would be responsible for it. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel a little better was that the imperial court sent someone to deliver a decree, asking if Shuzhou needed any food aid from the imperial court. After all, a lot of places were flooded. Even if they had arranged for people to repair the dam, it was impossible to do it overnight. The water was still flowing. More and more houses were destroyed, and the fields were also soaked. Fortunately, before the water came later, the people in the areas that could be flooded had already moved away, and no more people died. Zhang Zhong did not even use Chongpingsang. The people in the disaster area could not get back the money they owed. This time, he did not directly wipe it off. After all, there were other people who had also taken loans. He only extended the repayment time and took out money to give them another loan. This was conditional. Within 10 years, the livestock and poultry produced by the people in Shuzhou who had taken loans had to be sold to the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce at a price slightly lower than the market price. It was considered a long-term investment. Of course, the matters asked by the decree had to be rejected. Did the imperial court need to deal with such a small matter? The imperial court only needed to arrest those who should be arrested and kill those who should be killed. The problems of the people's livelihood were not a problem. As long as the officials were good and sincerely worked for the people, no one would cause trouble, and there was enough money for basic construction. It would be difficult for a place not to become prosperous. Even the poorest place had its own advantages for development. It depended on officials and early development funds. Moreover, Shuzhou was not poor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not need to go elsewhere to experiment. They could just build a methane pool in their own courtyard and collect the materials to produce methane from the prefectural city. After not seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for 2 days, the 3 old men missed them. After searching for a while, they found 2 people who were directing people to work in a courtyard that the Zhang family usually used to store sundries. Xiaobao, this is. Old Man Pai looked at the place and asked, not knowing what it was for. He now admired the 2 masters of the Zhang family even more. He could not see them even once. Where were they hiding? Basically, everything had to be done by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The 2 children were exhausted. They could not cultivate talents like this. Since they were in Sanshui County, they had seen the 2 children busy. Only Xiaobao and Cuckoo were sensible. If it were the other 2 children, they would have quit long ago. Old Man Pai had told Old Man Chang about this before. At this time, Old Man Chang also sighed. He envied the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they saw Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they were always smiling when they saw them. They had not cried even once. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the people in charge of the Zhang family and Wang family were the two of them. They were directing people in and out, and it did not affect their studies. How did they give birth to children? Zhang Xiaobao was ordering people to make cement. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he looked back and whispered to Wang Wan, "It's over. Cement can't be sold at a high price in the future. Later, help us cooperate. Let's earn money from the rich first." Wang Wan and Wei Wei were stunned. When they saw what the two were doing, they thought it through and nodded. "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, Grandpa Zhang, how did the three of you have time to come here? Come, serve the three grandpas good tea and freshly boiled melon seeds. Grandpa Bai, you should rest first. Cuckoo and I have nothing to do, so we came here to play." Zhang Xiaobao's face instantly turned into a flower, making people feel that it was more pure than Xiao Bei's smile. If they did not believe him, then they would be struck by lightning. Unfortunately, Old Man Pai seemed to have the means of a god. He was not afraid of being struck by lightning. He was indifferent to Zhang Xiaobao's words and did not go to the side to drink tea. The three old men firmly believed that tea and melon seeds were definitely not as important as what was in front of them. It's good to play blindly. "Xiao Bao, tell us, what are you playing?" Old Man Pai continued to ask. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just putting feces, grass, and other things together. After fermenting it, it can be used to make fertilizer. There will be a burst of air coming out of it. That air can be lit with an open flame." Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to lie to the three old men. If he did not want to say it, then he would not say it. Since he said it, then it was the truth. Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai knew that this kind of thing would appear in swamps. They did not expect it to be man-made. They explained it to Old Man Chang, who was next to them. Old Man Pai moved forward and carefully looked at the others working. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had said, Old Man Pai looked and indeed said, "Xiao Bao, this thing of yours is good. It can be used to boil water and cook, and it can also be used to light lamps. I don't think there's much here. It's just cement and copper pipes. The pipes should be used to release air. In this way, as long as one followed the instructions, even the common folk would be able to save on oil lamps, let alone candles. Once the gas inside is almost used up, the excrement will ferment and truly can be used as fertilizer." Xiao Bao, the people of the Great Tang are suffering. After Wang Wan heard Old Man Pai's words, she immediately said, "Grandpa Bai, our family is also suffering. Now is the time of the man-made disaster, and we have to take out a lot of money. What should we do?" "Grandpa Bai, I've decided to do this. That, the rich usually use the most oil lamps and candles. The more they use, the less other people can eat, especially candles. Why don't we start with the rich? Our family can provide after-sales service. For example, we can transport feces and grass to places designated by the rich. When the air is gone, we can help to clean it up. We won't charge more, we'll do it for free. We'll even help to transport the things that are cleaned up to places far away." Old Man Pai looked at Wang Wan's aggrieved expression and laughed. He said to Old Man Yao, "What do you think? Isn't it easier to talk to the two kids?" Old Man Yao nodded. It was indeed easier to talk. There was no need to make things clear. The benefits that should be exchanged were all exchanged. It felt like he was not talking to the two kids, but communicating with people like himself. It was very interesting. Old Man Chang knew how the cement was made. He had seen the process and estimated the price before. It was very, very cheap. The common people could also use it. He then asked, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how much is your family preparing to sell it for? I don't know yet. We're experimenting. We'll know later. I don't think it's too expensive. At least it won't exceed 30% of the oil lamps and candles used by the rich. Yes, it won't exceed 30%. Zhang Xiaobao said very generously. However, the three old men did not feel that he was being generous at all. Was 30% too little? Cement was not valuable. If one had to say that it was valuable, it would be the technical costs that the two little guys had been emphasizing. In that case, we'll talk about it after the experiment is done. Xiao Bao, there's actually another reason why we're here today. The dam in Wangjiang County is being repaired, but many fields are flooded. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, this year's rent tax, Old Man Pai was reminding him out of goodwill this time. The tax was easy to deal with, but the rent could not be sent to the imperial court with money. The land was already flooded, and no one else could do anything. He believed that the Zhang family would have an idea. Zhang Xiaobao had not considered such a thing in the past few days. At this time, when Old Man Pai mentioned it, he fell into deep thought. It was indeed so. He could not lose such a large area for nothing. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked, did the fish, prawns, and crabs in the river rush into the fields? The three old men nodded. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao said again, then let the people who escaped from the original area go back and raise prawns, crabs, and fish in the fields. When autumn comes, let other places exchange food for it. It's also part of the rent. We can't just leave it there. If the quantity is not enough, we can go to the river to fish again. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. Originally, there was such a way to raise them. Now that the others had been washed away, he would directly raise them with water. The output was higher than when he was raising them in the fields. It was just that there was less food. When autumn came, he would think of a way to sell it. After the three old men heard this, their eyes lit up, but they were a little uncertain. Old Man Yao asked, it's feasible. If it really works, then there might be more people who will specially raise them in the future. Chapter 574. Yesterday was a hurried day. At dusk, the moon hung in the east, and the sky was full of stars. The silence was thick. It was always late autumn, and the leaves were red when the wind blew. It was getting colder, but the temperature in Shuzhou did not change much. When it was hot, it still made people want to hide in the water. The golden rice stood in the field, and the birds were ready to have a big meal, but they were scared away by the moving scarecrows with small windmills on their heads. Zhang Zhong, who was adopted by Lu Zhou, had gradually adapted to the current weather. He was only a little weak, but he could come out and play with the others. He was the oldest, and he had just learned how to speak. He could say short sentences of less than 6 words. He was a little worse than his younger brothers and sisters. The 4 little ones could say, please do this with me, very fluently. It would be better if they were not missing teeth. As for the other 2 sisters, they could only say that they were proficient in this sentence. The difference in education was immediately apparent. When autumn came, the 7 little ones liked to sleep more. They did not make any noise when they woke up. They let the servant girls play with them for a while, and then they sat by the river in the courtyard, staring at the fish in a daze. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the time to come over and play with them, they would stand in a row and follow behind the 2 of them as they walked out leisurely. Around them were more than a dozen guards, whether in the open or in the dark. They would go to the streets to look for dough figurines coming out, or to find someone selling pancakes to buy an egg pancake each. Zhang Zhong had handed all the affairs in his mansion to the people in the inner court. Until now, the imperial court had not found out who ordered people to destroy the river embankment. Many of the officials in Shuzhou had been dismissed. From the top to the bottom, from those in power to those with no duties, all the officials involved in the secret mining were dismissed. Some were even escorted to the capital, including those who knew about it but did not report it. In the capital, they had originally planned to arrange for a few more people to be promoted to Shuzhou, but all the people who were chosen did not want to come. They were all afraid. They were afraid that wherever Zhang Zhong appeared, they would not be able to do well and lose their positions. Luoyang had sent 3 people to take over Taihu County's county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar general. In the end, they were transferred away after half a month. It was truly not a place for people to stay. Every day, there were tasks from the magistrate court. The workload was too heavy. They, who had developed a lazy habit in Luoyang, could not keep up with the Zhang family's pace. Not only them, but all the local officials in Shuzhou also resigned from their positions one after another. They couldn't take it anymore. If they continued to work, they would die of exhaustion. Their vacant positions were directly occupied by the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. All of them were substitutes. By autumn, 60% of the officials in Shuzhou had been replaced. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would find useful information from the news reported by fast horses every day. Then, they would make adjustments. The people in the inner courtyards also did their best to cooperate, allowing people to see what the Zhang family's speed was. The people of Shuzhou could see fast horses running back and forth every day. Sometimes, there were even pigeons flying in and out. Even in the farthest county, if something small happened, it would be resolved within 3 days. Others could not compare to such efficiency. Their overall planning could not keep up, and the reaction speed of the officials under them could not compare to the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. It was not an exaggeration to say that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family supported the entire Shuzhou. The river was still surging, but it could no longer cause any disasters to Shuzhou. Even though it rained for 5 days in a row at the beginning of autumn, and several places upstream and downstream were washed away, Shuzhou still stood firmly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not deceived people for a long time. They spent all their energy on internal affairs. Wang Wan also handed over the work of the garment workshop to her subordinates. She accompanied Zhang Xiaobao and sorted out the information like a secretary. Such a fast development speed was still too slow for the 2 people. The communication was too poor. Even if there were carrier pigeons flying back and forth in the sky, it was still slower than the speed of a phone call. Xiao Bao, here is a message from Susong County. It says that a group of beekeepers came from Huangmei County in Linzhou. They stung a few people and asked what to do. Zhang Xiaobao had just put down a thing in his hand when Wang Wan took out a set of materials that had just been delivered. She was not asking what to do if the people were stung. The people in Susong County would not ask such a thing. What she was asking was whether the beekeepers were useful. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished dealing with the matter of burning the mountain and changing the farmland. The county magistrate of Huailing County felt that there were too many trees in Qianshan, so he wanted to turn that area into terraced fields. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reply was not to agree. They could look at the trees, but they had to cut them down in batches. The trees would be used to build bridges. They had to plant fruit trees in that area immediately and give them to the people who had a lot of free time at home. They had to build a fruit powder factory there to process the fruits into powder. Part of the powder would be left for the sailors, and the other part would be sold to areas with less fruits according to the temperature. At this moment, when he heard Wang Wan's voice, he thought for a moment and said, "Our Chamber of Commerce does not have beekeeping yet. We need honey for medicine. Let the people in the Chamber of Commerce contact them and ask if they can join the Chamber of Commerce. We will expand the scale. The Chamber of Commerce will provide them with all kinds of guarantees. We can even set up a place from the south to the north to raise flowers, sell flowers, and provide raw materials for honey." That's good. They will be sent back and forth from the south to the north. On the way, they can also help to collect information from various places. Also, Wangjiang County said that the crabs and mandarin fish are almost done. Ask if they are selling them. Wang Wan wrote down a thing and took out a piece of paper. Yes. First, find the merchants and rich families near the two banks of the Yangtze River and send invitations. They say that there will be a crab tasting party in Taihu Lake. The people who come will receive a beautiful item carved from marble and be the first to walk on the Yangtze River Bridge when it is built. After setting the date and writing clearly on the invitation card, whoever had the best crab tasting ability would be able to obtain a medal issued by the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. With this medal, they would be able to enjoy a 5% discount on any purchase in Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. After the people who come set the time, get someone to pick the crabs first and make them into drunken crabs. In addition, the merchants who come to participate can use their own flags as advertisements. They will not charge the advertising fees for the flags. If they want to advertise in Taihu County's restaurants, they will get a 20% discount. Tell Wangjiang County that after the crab tasting party ends, they will hold a fish tasting party in succession and take out the mandarin fish to sell. After a pause, Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Tell Taihu Lake to prepare for the reception. Get Li Sun to sell marble and decorate the restaurant there to be grand on the outside and relaxed on the inside." Wang Wan wrote down this matter and asked, "How do you calculate the cost?" "Help Wangjiang County sell things. Taihu County has to get some benefits." "Cost?" "Wangjiang County will pay half of the money to build exquisite shops in Taihu County and outside. This money will be paid by Li Sun first. Set up a cruise ship on Taihu Lake and let the local merchants bid. 40% of the money will be given to Wangjiang County, 40% will be given to Taihu County, and the remaining 20% and 10% will be used to let the people who receive the invitation taste local snacks for free. This has to be written clearly. It is free to taste local snacks on the ship. The snacks from outside are not free, and the snacks from outside are not free. The other 10% will be used to hire geisha and scholars. That's it. What else is there?" After Zhang Xiaobao solved this problem, he asked again. Wang Wan took out another piece of paper and said, "There's one more thing. The people at the foot of Yangong Mountain reported that there are wild beasts coming down the mountain to hurt people. 4 people are injured, and one of them had his foot bitten. They asked what to do. Train the soldiers. The soldiers of Shuzhou Prefecture have not trained for a long time. Organize a drill. The location is Yangong Mountain. Equip them with crossbows. Let them go to the place and kill some of the large wild beasts on the mountain. It should be because there is not enough food for the carnivores on the mountain. That place belongs to Wangjiang County, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Yes, it's Wangjiang County. Send a message to Wangjiang County. Let the people of the inner court prepare a hunting ground. Put chickens and ducks in it to attract some wild beasts to eat. After 2 activities are held in Taihu County, tell the merchants that they can advertise in the hunting ground. They will also have a 20% discount. Also, hold a hunting competition on Yangong Mountain in Wangjiang County. According to the team, the number of people is less than 10. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, they are not allowed to bring their own defensive weapons. They can be rented locally. The team in first place will be awarded the title of the first warrior. Anyone who obtains this title will hunt and play in Yangong Mountain for free in the future. Every year, they can accept challenges from others. If they successfully defend their title, they will receive another medal. When they do business with Hai Yunjian, they will be exempted from 5% of the fees. Taihu County will provide all the poultry and livestock. This time, 30% of the money will be given to Taihu County. Tell Li Sun to release the news in private that whichever team wins will have the opportunity to be recommended to participate in the Imperial Clan hunting activities in the winter. Zhang Xiaobao could not do anything about someone being injured, but he could immediately connect the matter there to Lake Tai. Wang Wan also remembered this matter and said, Xiao Bei doesn't like to eat these few days. He's lost weight. What should we do? Deal with the current matters and take them out to play. They've been in the courtyard for a long time, and they don't have much to eat. It'll be fine if they go out to relax. Has the doctor checked? When Zhang Xiaobao heard about his sister, his face was not as serious as before. He had been too busy these days, so the number of times he played with the little ones had decreased. His father was still supervising at Wangjiang, so it was time for him to relax. The matters here were temporarily handed over to the people from the inner court. After the autumn harvest was arranged properly, there was no big deal. The people from the inner court should be able to handle it well. Yes, there's nothing wrong with them. Where are we taking them to play? Wang Wan was also tired these few days and also wanted to go out for a walk. Let's go to the construction site at Wangjiang, Zhang Xiaobao said after thinking for a while. As a result, the orders were sent out one by one. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, the others did not expect that the people who had arranged Shuzhou so well were actually the two families' young ladies and young masters. Such efficiency left others in the dust. When the 7 little ones were put into the house and headed outside, they were no longer in a daze. They all looked very excited and leaned against the window to look outside. Xiao Bei also ate more at noon and even ate a big crab. He was only fine after being fed a lot of ginger water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and walked around the house. The little ones ran left and right from time to time and made funny faces at their brothers and sisters. After the group left the prefectural city, the 3 old men also appeared outside the prefectural city. They looked at the group in a daze. Master, young Master Xiaobao and the others are leaving. Should we follow them? A person beside Old Man Pai asked. No need, they are taking Xiao Bei out to play. There's nothing interesting at Wangjiang. The people arranged there just need to record the steps of the bridge construction. Are you sure that the orders were sent out from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's courtyard? Old Man Pai shook his head and asked the person beside him. He was not stupid. He always wanted to know about the 2 masters of the Zhang family, so he would definitely send someone to watch over them. Zhang family and Wang family seemed to know, no matter what his people did outside. At this time, he and Old Man Yao were the most shocked. It was mainly because the orders were sent out from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. The 3 of them stopped and looked. If it was said that Zhang family and Wang family used tricks to make money in the past, then what they saw in the past 2 months was the other side. When all the orders were issued, it could be seen that there were no tricks. All the orders were the most correct orders. From this, it could be seen that Zhang family and Wang family's true strength, especially the inner courtyard, sent out. As long as it was in Shuzhou, everything, no matter how difficult it was, would be properly solved in 3 days at most. Master, we are sure that the orders were sent out from young Master Xiao Bao's courtyard. Should we send someone to go in and take a look? The person who spoke just now suggested. He meant to go in and look for the 2 masters of the Zhang family. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the people in the courtyard, were not there. It was an opportunity. Old Man Pai waved his hand and said, "Absolutely can't go in. Just pretend that it didn't happen. If we really go in, it will cause trouble. Maybe the Zhang family and Wang family will turn against us. Don't think that we can take advantage of every opportunity. It works for other people, but not for the Zhang family." That person listened to the order and hurriedly went to arrange it. He was also afraid that someone would not be able to resist going in, thinking that he could make a contribution. For the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou is still too small. They can do things with ease. We should find a way to find a better place for them to play. Old Man Pai said with emotion. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao also agreed with him, especially Old Man Yao. He had been the prime minister several times, so he was very clear about the current situation in Shuzhou. In the words of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it was efficiency. Yes, very powerful means. It gave people the feeling that with the two masters in charge, even if the sky fell down in Shuzhou, there was no need to worry. If it were not for the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family, ordinary officials would not be able to cooperate at all. Orders were passed down one after another. If one didn't know that this was a busy political matter, it would be easy to misunderstand that this was a general who had always been victorious in battle. Unexpectedly, when dealing with political matters, he gave people a kind of elegant and wonderful feeling. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao also sighed with emotion and said, "Good ability. Using justice and surprise to win. This is the real all-rounder. Unfortunately, I have no chance to see it. Now I wonder if there is anything that they can't do. If such a person is put in the position of Prime Minister, I think the Tang Empire will go further." Old Man Chang was also frightened by the orders sent out by the Zhang family during this time. Were they still human? No matter what the problem was, as long as it was sent, a solution would be sent out immediately, as if the people inside knew everything. Especially the 16 orders that were sent out in succession just now, he could only say that it was fear. Using everything that could be used, or using all the resources that could be used, the whole Shuzhou was at his command. He believed that anyone who knew about this would be full of yearning for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mysterious courtyard. They would want to go in and see what kind of person had such ability. Old Man Pai also admitted that this person was powerful, but he did not agree with Old Man Yao's words so much. He said, "The main reason why the Zhang family can arrange the autumn harvest in Shuzhou so quickly is not because there is a master in charge, but because of the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. Without them, no one else could carry out such orders, and they would be busy to death." From the orders, it could be seen that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's courtyard was only in charge of making a proposal, and there were not many details. Only the people they arranged could fill in the details themselves. If it were someone else, not to mention filling in the details, they would be so busy that they could not complete the task, and they might be exhausted to death. If all the original officials in Shuzhou were replaced by people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou's current development would be faster. It's hard for a normal person to get even one of these talents. I don't know how the Zhang and Wang clans taught them, but they're even better than those who passed the imperial examinations. They're able to adapt to all positions. This is the true strength of the Zhang and Wang clans. As long as the people of the inner court don't disperse, no one can beat them down. Old Man Pai was very envious of the Zhang family and Wang family for having so many people who were proficient in government affairs. The talents cultivated by the imperial court could not be compared to the Zhang family and Wang family, let alone the people in his own family. With a sigh, Old Man Bai continued, "This kind of person is impossible for others to rope in even if they wanted to." He actually managed to support an entire province. There are also those from the inner courtyard who did not participate in this. They have all gone to the villages to provide technical guidance to the commoners. If those people could be used as well, I reckon that all the officials in Luoyang are dead. As long as the people from the Zhang family and Wang family are around, they can directly fill in the gaps and allow things to continue as usual. Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish speaking, Old Man Yao interrupted. That's right. It's no wonder that when Zhang Zhong's official position was arranged, his family always had to move to other places. It turns out that it wasn't just for Zhang Zhong to accumulate political achievements, and it wasn't just for him to open up businesses and earn money. It was also to nurture the people of the inner court to adapt to government affairs. Old Man Pai finally understood. However, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he felt. The experts from the Zhang family were too far-sighted. In the future, when they really entered the imperial court and became officials, they would rely on the people they sponsored and the people from the academy. Whenever Zhang Zhong made a decision, such people would definitely be able to smoothly execute it. Even if the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family could not become officials, they could still be sent to help others. This was how aristocratic families were formed. Other aristocratic families were formed through the efforts of generations of people in the family, but the aristocratic families of the Zhang family and Wang family relied on the people from the inner courtyard to complete it. Old Man Yao also thought of this matter and said worriedly, then if the Zhang family and Wang family want to rebel, will there be any problems? The people from the inner courtyard can help them support the entire country. Don't worry about this. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done it long ago. The newly discovered island is not small. As long as they bring the people of Luzhou there, it will be very easy for them to establish a country. After a few years, after they have dealt with the local people and settled down, they will fight back. By then, not just any general can deal with them. They have a map of the entire Tang Empire in their hands, and it is the military type. It is very detailed. Who can stop them? Moreover, since they can develop such a powerful weapon, give them a few years, won't they be able to make even more powerful weapons? Old Man Pai was very confident in the Zhang family and Wang family. At least he knew the strength of the two families. With such strength, if they did not have other thoughts, how could they rebel in the Tang Empire's territory? While the three old men were sighing and admiring, Zhang Xiaobao's team had already walked a few miles. They were not moving slowly, as they wanted to reach Wangjiang as soon as possible. The 7 little fellows wandered around the house for a while and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was too monotonous. One by one, they fell asleep. At this time, the speed of the team slowed down a little. Cuckoo, when we get there, we can eat crabs as much as we want. It's a good place. Maybe we can continue to develop like this in the future. Why do we have to farm? Zhang Xiaobao rode on his horse and went around the house. When he was side by side with Wang Wan, he said, "That won't do. The grain is still not enough. It has not reached the level of the Kaiyuan era. No matter what, we have to continue to farm. However, we can raise crabs in the field, and it can also increase the current rice yield. It's not a good hybrid breed. Unlike later, when it affected the grain yield, we need to use crabs to make up for the price." Wang Wan did not agree with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She felt that it was better to farm. Only when the people had enough to eat, they could do other things. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute. Then let's farm. See if we can find more people from the capital's agriculture temple. There are many good seeds, but because of the transportation problem, if we want to use such seeds to plant, the cost is too high. Therefore, many places keep their own seeds. There should be no problem. As long as we succeed in raising seeds here, then even if we don't say anything, there will be people who are willing to come here to study and learn. Do you want to rope them in? Wang Wan could not think of Zhang Xiaobao's plan. No need. If that's the case, some people will not be willing. I just want to give them some advice and let them take less detours. We can't monopolize the matters of the people's lives. Otherwise, we will face the attacks of those in power. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said. Others could travel faster on horseback, but now, it was impossible for a large group to arrive at their destination in just a few days. It seemed that even at the fastest speed, it would take at least 10 days to travel. Moreover, this was under the condition that the road was easy to travel. The 7 little ones could not stay in the house all day. They had to take some time out to play every day. If they encountered something curious, they would have to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play with them. Therefore, the group traveled for half a month before they arrived at their destination. At this time, the invitations had been sent out. Zhang Zhong's reputation was not small. Everyone who received an invitation agreed to come. Even the local people who had some influence did not refuse. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that they did not come to see their father. They came to establish a connection with the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Currently, Lu Zhou's things were no longer transported to the capital to be sold. About 1/3 of the amount was left in Suzhou. Now, the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce was still in charge of the transactions. They did not ask for the help of other merchants. Of course, this kind of management method was not good. It was a waste of talent. Any knowledgeable merchant knew that when Zhang Zhong was almost done with the construction here, it would be time for him to leave. Once he left, there would not be so many people from the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce working here. They would have to give many of the transactions to the local people. They were waiting for such an opportunity. When the group had just arrived at Wangjiang County, Zhang Xiaobao received a gift from Sanshui County. It was impossible for them to go back this year. Even if the farmers wanted to, they could not do anything. They could only send the best things they thought to the main family. Smoked chicken and roasted chicken could not be kept for too long, so they could not send them. Then, what they could send was the local grain. They picked the best rice ears and shipped them with the ship to let the main family see how the harvest was in Sanshui County. The plump rice ears made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. This was the real high yield. Although the rice that was sent this time was the best, they thought that it was not bad. It seemed that it was a good idea to let the people from the Sea Agriculture Temple go over. Compared to the previous yield, the current yield was more than 2 times. This was the average yield. If it was better land, it could even reach 3 times the original yield. If this grain was used as seeds, then according to the theory of genetics, the seeds that were researched in the future would yield even more rice. Generation after generation, in just a few years, the grain output of the entire Great Tang would increase by a large margin. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request was actually not too high. They only wanted to increase the grain yield of the entire Tang dynasty by 1.5 times. This way, they would have more than half of the grain, which was not a small amount. The only pity was that the 2 of them did not know the technology of hybrid rice. Otherwise, not to mention the current few people in the Tang dynasty, even if there were 10 times more, there would not be any problems. Wangjiang County was still a large construction site. After the dam that helped to guide the flow of water was repaired, a portion of the people continued to repair the road, and the rest began to repair the bridge under guidance. The speed of the bridge repair was not dependent on how fast the workers were, but on how long it would take for the cement to solidify. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that with the weather here, it was impossible to reach the speed of Shenzhen. If the cement did not dry, was he going to continue to repair it? Although they had used fire to dry it, the effect was not very good. When the 7 little guys came to this dam that had no water, they went crazy. It was the first time they had seen such a big pit, so they were very excited. As long as one of them ran around, the other 6 would follow behind. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they did not let anyone inform them in advance. When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law, he was also shocked. When he saw the group of little guys, he frowned and called Zhang Xiaobao over. Everyone here is busy now. Why did you bring them here? Father, you do your thing. We won't cause trouble. With someone watching them, you don't have to worry about their safety. Besides, the people now have a different opinion of you than before. They can also help to ensure the safety of our younger siblings. I just brought them out to play. Zhang Xiaobao explained to his father. In fact, he had other things to say. Zhang Zhong had not seen his younger siblings for a long time. If this continued, it would be easy for his younger siblings to alienate Zhang Zhong. That was not a good thing. Seeing that his son insisted, Zhang Zhong could not drive his son back. He looked at the progress of the construction below and said, "Watch them carefully. Don't fall. Otherwise, both families will be finished." Father, I know. Don't worry. Father, shouldn't we get someone to transport the wood here now? It seems that the bridge will be built in another half a month. As long as the water doesn't fall, people will start to pass on it. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the progress of the construction below. The working people were indeed the most hardworking and the wisest. Originally, they had to see how dry the cement was before they could continue the construction. Generally speaking, there was no other way to do this, especially in this era. However, when the commoners were working, they could think of letting a portion of the cement dry a little bit, and then mix it with steel and copper to add to the pile. This way, the cement connection would not be too bad, and at the same time, the pier would dry faster. Xiaobao, can they do this? The cement is not directly poured in. If they dry it outside, it will be easy for something to go wrong. It's just that the adhesion is not good. Wang Wan asked worriedly as she looked at the people below who were busy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Even if it's not good, it's better than what we built at that time. At least we didn't pull a thick steel bar into a steel wire. The pier is so clumsy. There's no beauty in it. It's just a little bit of cement. It's not a problem in terms of adhesion. Can it withstand a once-in-a-century flood?" Wang Wan had never studied civil engineering, and she knew that Zhang Xiaobao also did not have the opportunity to learn. She did not understand the current situation. Was it really possible to use such methods? Once-in-a-century flood. There's no such thing as the Three Gorges Reservoir now, so don't worry. At worst, we can just build another one. It's just a matter of money. We don't lack money, and the people working are not the construction team after 6 packs. I'll tell you this. Although the construction is not as good as what we built at that time, the quality is definitely not as good as what we built at that time. Haven't you read the information? When the Japanese invaded, the houses built were still in use a few decades before our time. They were very sturdy, and the sewers were not easily blocked. After a flood, the new houses collapsed, but the houses left behind by the Japanese were still fine. Was it because the Japanese were better at that time? That's not the case at all. The most important thing is how much material you use and what kind of steel is used. Our construction team should continue to develop. When the time comes, we can take on all of Tang Dynasty's construction projects. I have already decided on Jingjing Construction Group. Not only does it show the quality of the buildings, but it also shows the attitude of the people in the construction group. I don't believe that we can't change the atmosphere at that time. It's all about money, and there's no morality. The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the angrier he got. Every time there was a flood or a small earthquake, the houses would collapse one by one. It was fine if it was something that had not happened for many years, but the problem was that there were other countries to compare. The same scale of flood, same magnitude of earthquake, and other countries were fine. Even the government had to apologize when they were injured. But when it came to their country, many people died, and they were still bragging about how good it was. How shameless was that? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression changing as he spoke. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said, "You also caused a lot of trouble. You didn't stay in China for long, right? I'm talking about after you started scamming people. Why do you have to do that? Who do you blame? Can you guarantee that ordinary people will also serve the people sincerely when they reach that position one day?" Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. Wang Wan's words made a lot of sense. Why blame the officials? The officials also worked their way up from being ordinary people. If those black-hearted businessmen didn't earn more money, wouldn't they be ordinary people? This kind of thing was too complicated, and it was impossible to explain it clearly. Every citizen might have been a part of the formation of this system. It was just that the citizens had pushed this system out, but they were hurt by it. If they really wanted to blame someone, they should blame everyone in the Chinese nation. No one should think that they were innocent. Perhaps this was the case for this nation. However, this nation was the only one that still existed after all the other ancient civilizations were gone. How could it be so chaotic? Perhaps it is because of such a race that such a system was introduced. Or perhaps it is because of such a race that others cannot see through that they are still standing strong when other ancient civilizations have fallen. If so, what can we do? Zhang Xiaobao felt lost. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Us? What we have to do is not to waste our time in this world. We have to try our best to realize our ideas. We are not saviors, and you don't have to put yourself in such a high position. As long as our families are safe, as long as we can help those who need help, we will have succeeded. Chapter 575. The arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not affect the progress of the construction of this place. The people were still working hard. The autumn harvest was coming. They wanted to finish everything as soon as possible before the autumn harvest. Once the autumn harvest was over, they could continue to work. Zhang Zhong had stayed in this place for a long time and had not returned home. It would be a lie to say that he did not miss home. Now that his children were here, he was very happy. His whole person seemed to have changed. He always had a smile on his face. At noon on the second day after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Zhang Zhong still had a meal with the people here. He called his son and daughter-in-law to accompany him. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you think this place can be used again? Why do I feel that building a bridge is not the best way?" Zhang Zhong suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when he was halfway through the meal. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Dad, it's not possible. We really can't do anything unless we have better technology. We haven't figured it out yet. We can only decide if we should do other things here after we come out." "What technology?" Zhang Zhong asked with concern. "The technology of the dam. If this technology is mature, we can raise a lot of fish and shrimps in the river. At the same time, it can provide a lot of electricity, just like the electric lights in our house. This is an idea. It will probably be realized in a few decades." Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the food in his mouth and said to his father, "When that time comes, we can build a big dam at the most dangerous place upstream and raise the water level. Then, the boats that come and go won't have to worry about hitting things, right?" Zhang Zhong had also learned a lot of knowledge. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought about the matter of the upper reaches. Zhang Xiaobao was scared, and so was Wang Wan. She said, "No, we can't build a reservoir on the surface. If we do, it won't just be a problem of floods. We can't just ignore the country for money. If we build a large reservoir, the water in the reservoir will cause great damage to the land. Especially that pressure, it would cause the surrounding underground to change. That kind of thing shouldn't be done by us. That's something that only people who don't care about the lives of ordinary people would do. People who treat the entire country as a chessboard would build reservoirs on top of it. In their eyes, the lives of the common people were insignificant. They were like generals in war. In their eyes, there was no loss of soldiers, only victory. For victory, they could sacrifice some soldiers to lure the enemy. We can't do that. We just need to live an ordinary life. If others want to play chess, they can leave it to others. If we really build a reservoir, it will cause the Earth's crust to move. We don't know when there may be earthquakes. Will that really happen? Can't we make use of it? Zhang Zhong didn't doubt Wang Wan's words. After all, in addition to the identity of the daughter-in-law, in the hearts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were gods. How could gods be wrong? We can make use of it, but we can't make use of it like that. If we can build more small reservoirs, it won't be a problem. If we want to make that waterway unblocked, we can use explosives to blow up the obstacles below. We can blow up a little every year. We don't have to worry about money. After a dozen years, maybe the waterway there will be unblocked, and there won't be too much danger. In addition to this, we also need to build better boats. Dad, don't worry. We have a lot of resources here. As long as they are not robbed, as long as they are not sold at a very low price, we can definitely support the power generation. There will be a day when we can realize this dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also said to his father. He was really worried that his father would do something there and then send this matter to the imperial court. No one knew better than him and Wang Wan the consequences of building a large reservoir on top of it. Now was the time for him to prepare to change. What investment? What foreign exchange? No. The things in the country should always be left for their own use. If they were not enough, they should invade others and use the lives of other countries to serve their own country. Wang Wan also nodded at the side. She also thought of this point. Now was the time to take advantage of the fact that other countries had not developed and had not even formed their own countries to plunder resources. The resources they seized would be put aside and used slowly in the future. They would try not to mine their own country's resources first. For example, coal, oil, and rare earths. Such good things must not be allowed to flow out. Otherwise, they would be condemned for eternity. They could not ignore the lives of the people and treat foreign businessmen as their ancestors for the sake of their own political achievements. If she and Zhang Xiaobao did not have a chance at that time, then the opportunity was in front of them now. There was still a long time before Columbus came out, so long that she and Zhang Xiaobao could not see that day. Zhang Zhong still did not understand the meaning of his son's words. After thinking about it, he found that he could not figure it out and said, "Then do as you say." In short, we can't let anything happen to our country. Zhang Zhong now regarded himself as a member of the country who could control resources and power. Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything this time and agreed to continue eating. After waiting for the meal to finish, Zhang Xiaobao walked elsewhere with a thoughtful expression. It was not until he came to the construction site that he stood there and looked in a daze. Wang Wan did not disturb Zhang Xiaobao just now and followed Zhang Xiaobao out. After waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to stand there for half an hour, she said, "Xiaobao, did you think of something?" "Yes, I have. That is, how should we plunder? This is what I'm thinking now. Since there is still a long time before the development of other places, why don't we seize the good resources as early as possible? For example, the Luzon island that we found now, we can occupy it first. When I said plunder, I wasn't just talking about coal, oil, and other resources. Even the soil had to be taken into account. Let the local people dig for it. When the time came, the useless soil and sand would be transported back by ship to fill the sea, filling up their own land bit by bit. Once the Great Tang has more people, we can also send them there to excavate. In a few decades, I estimate that we'll be able to fill up quite a bit of land. In the process, all sorts of resources will be discovered one after another, and then brought back and placed in the desert. Zhang Xiaobao said a very crazy idea, which was to dig up other people's land and make it their own. The useful resources were also the same. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the foolish old man moving the mountains? That will waste a lot of manpower and material resources. I don't think it will work." "I think it will work. During this process, there will definitely be people who want to improve their efficiency because of the tools. If we provide some help to such people, I think they will be able to research better things, such as digging tools and ships for transportation." To put it simply, the essence of this world was the utilization and storage of resources. There was no need to be afraid of wasting manpower and material resources. These were all things that could be recycled. Ships were trees and steel. What humans ate was food. They could continue to expand and plant food in other places. Wood was something that could be planted. As for steel, we can't care too much. We will plunder from the outside. As long as we can guarantee our own, I don't care what will happen to other places in the future. First, we will crazily mine the useful resources, and then we will dig up the land nearby. I don't believe it is impossible for the foolish old man to move the mountains. The technology will not be leaked out, and we will not colonize other places. Otherwise, the people who colonize there will likely become independent as the technology improves. Plunder, plunder everything. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed a little crazy. His idea shocked Wang Wan. She pondered for a moment and said, "Then we should start from the places near us, right?" "Yes, that's what I mean. First, we will start from the places near us, and then we will go to other places to plunder. While you still have time, try your best to write down the resources and choose the good ones to plunder first." Zhang Xiaobao now set his target on Luzon Island. This was the first place he wanted to plunder. After saying these words, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly smiled and said, "Do you think I am talking nonsense? In fact, I think that I may not have so many chances, but if we can make the people of Tang think of such things, it will be enough." "So what?" "You have to know that in the world, when separated for a long time, it will unite, and when united for a long time, it will divide. We have been glorious before, but didn't other countries also become glorious later?" Wang Wan sighed and said, "Perhaps this was the helplessness of many emperors. They could do a lot of things when they were in power, but they could not make others do what they wanted. No wonder Qin Shi Huang always wanted to find the elixir of immortality." Now she understood. It was not that he wanted to live a long life, but he wanted to do more things. "Do you want to find a way to live a long life?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, and I know that it is possible, but it is definitely not a day we can wait for. In fact, what people are afraid of is not the death of the body, but the disappearance of consciousness. In that case, we will never know what will happen in the future. The fear of death is actually the attachment to the development of this world." Zhang Xiaobao exhaled and said. But this matter did not affect his view of this world. He still had to plunder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally came to this place to relax, but they did not expect to become depressed. The more they thought about things, the more it affected them. In order to improve their mood, the two began to play with the 7 little guys all day. The 7 little guys did not care about what their brother and sister were thinking. Fa Zheng and the others were happy now, and Xiao Bei could eat a lot more. Their bodies were not as thin as they were a few days ago. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved. At this time, the invited businessmen came to Shuzhou one after another. They were all businessmen from the surrounding provinces. Needless to say, they had received the invitation. Even those who did not receive the invitation came with them. They wanted to see what the Zhang family could do here. What attracted them here was not the business itself, but the method. They also wanted to learn. Compared to those students, businessmen like them were the easiest to learn. As long as there was a way to make money, they would definitely not miss it. At this time, a few businessmen came over to Lake Tai. This place had not been completely built yet. The houses that were supposed to be demolished had not been demolished yet. They were not in a hurry. They just waited here. It just so happened that they could see how others did things with their own eyes. In the process of watching, they kept discussing. Some said it was good, some said it wasn't. In short, there were all kinds of opinions. As for whether it was good or not, they didn't know now. Everything would have to wait until this matter was over before they could come to a conclusion. If it was good, they would naturally learn. If it wasn't, they would think of ways to avoid it in the future. Boss Zhang, look at how busy they are right now. What if they don't get anything when the time comes? Will they just sit there and do nothing? If it were me, I wouldn't do that. If they lose, it won't be a problem of losing dozens or hundreds of strings of coins. Among these people, one of them felt that what he saw in front of him was not so reasonable, so he said to another person beside him. When he spoke, it seemed that he came here to belittle Zhang clan. At this time, Wei Wei smiled and said, "That's why you can never reach the achievements of the Zhang family and the Wang family. It's because you can't even see their current arrangement clearly. This is not a simple matter of business. There are more things involved." Oh. Things. What things? Can you tell Boss Zhang in detail? At this time, another person was very curious and came over to ask. Boss Zhang seemed to enjoy being questioned like this. He continued to maintain his smile and said, "They said they wanted us to come over and eat. In fact, their real intention is to use this opportunity to let us compete with each other. This is the most important thing. It's not ordinary. They are really not what we can think of. If it were me in such a disaster situation, would never do such a thing. This time, it will probably cost a lot of money. There's no other way. There's really no other way." Boss Zhang looked very helpless when he spoke. His eyes looked at the faces of the other people as if he wanted to see something from their faces. His words immediately made the others feel disgusted. The person who spoke just now said, "So what? Can they make us voluntarily pay now? We are not people from Shuzhou. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong is, he can't control us, right?" This person said and really thought so. He now looked down on the Zhang family's methods even more. Wasn't it just to let other businessmen compete with them so that they could get their own benefits? If he didn't participate, what could they do? He believed that there were many people like him. When everyone thought like this matter would be a failure. The two people next to Boss Zhang also thought so. They also decided not to participate. Not only that, they even thought about it. When other businessmen came over, they would tell them about this matter. Everyone would join forces to boycott the Zhang family. They would let the Zhang family know that there was no need to use such methods on them. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Dongjia also knew what they were thinking. He shook his head. How could he not know about this matter? The problem was that he was looking further ahead. If they wanted to resist the Zhang family, it would be too difficult. They shouldn't even think about it. How could ordinary people see through the Zhang family's methods? Before he could speak, another person who thought more deeply said, "Do you really think that the Zhang family can't do anything to you? As long as they take out a new good thing and say that this thing will only be given to the person who spends the most money this time, don't you want to get it? What new thing? Do you already know, Boss Lee? Hurry up and tell us. We still know a thing or two about the Zhang family. As long as it's from them, it definitely won't be bad." A businessman who just wanted to stop the Zhang family from getting what they wanted couldn't control himself anymore. He curiously asked the person who just spoke. It seemed that he was ready to get some benefits from this. It wasn't just him. Several other businessmen also came over curiously, wanting to hear the news that others didn't know. Seeing them like this, Boss Lee shook his head. "Actually, I don't know. I'm just saying. You haven't really seen the thing yet, and you're already like this. If you really see the thing, can you still think of a way to boycott the Zhang family like you did just now?" These words made several people feel embarrassed. Indeed, it would be a lie if they said that they weren't tempted. Even if they felt uncomfortable, they didn't want to miss out on something that could make money. At this time, the person who first spoke said, "Then should we unite after the Zhang family really takes out a new thing and not let them get what they want? This should be." The person who just echoed his words was obviously not confident at this time. Everyone knew that if that thing could be obtained by anyone, it wouldn't be valuable. Everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. "Everyone, please listen to me. Don't always think of boycotting the Zhang family, and don't insist on getting too many benefits from this matter. What we need to think about now is not this, but how to build a good relationship with the Zhang family. If we support them, then even if we don't get too many benefits this time, they won't forget about us when there are benefits in the future. That's all I have to say. If anyone wants to deal with the Zhang family, you can do it yourself. Don't involve me. I don't have so much time to do such a thing. I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that the Zhang family will deal with me after I deal with them. Although my family has a lot of money, I'm still worried when facing the Zhang family and the Wang family. I don't even think about any possibility of winning. Just do as you see fit." The alliance that the others were thinking about just now hadn't been formed yet. With his words, it was announced that it was broken. One by one, they no longer wanted to deal with the Zhang family. As he said just now, if they dealt with the Zhang family this time, the Zhang family wouldn't suffer too much loss. But when the Zhang family turned around to deal with them, things wouldn't be so simple. Then what should we do? Do we really have to spend money to advertise ourselves? The person from just now said at this time. He seemed very sad and pitiful, but at this time, no one was willing to get involved with him. It didn't matter whether they were advertising or not. What was important was to let the Zhang family remember them as people. Boss Lee also said on the side, "Anyway, I've already thought about it. I'll give them the money as soon as the advertisement is released. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. You can do whatever you want. Remember, don't drag me into this. I also don't have the ability to deal with the Zhang family." As soon as he said this, more people became discouraged. At this moment, they also thought clearly that they had to spend money. Otherwise, they might not even have the opportunity to spend money when the time came. They could control themselves and bring their friends to deal with the Zhang family. Not to mention the possibility, even if they succeeded, would many people from other places listen to them? Originally, there was already competition. Now, there was no need to talk about it. As long as one person was in the limelight, the others would have no choice but to follow suit. After all, the Zhang family had arranged for people to wait for them. Yes, I don't care if they spend money or not. I just want to know if the Zhang family can come up with something new this time. If they do, I hope that everyone will show mercy when the time comes to snatch it. A person who had been silent all this while started to discuss with the others at this time. He wanted to get a share of the good stuff that the Zhang family really came up with. He had a good idea, but when others heard his words, they were dissatisfied. Why did he not let them participate in the competition for the good stuff? Was he going to share the benefits after he got the good stuff? Sure enough, the person who had been the most troublesome spoke again at this time. What you said is wrong. Don't tell me that the new thing that might come up with really belongs to you. Isn't this a discussion? We all come from the same place. If we can help each other, please help each other. When the person who had a good idea heard that someone was unhappy, he smiled and started to play the emotional card. But the person who had spoken just now did not give him face. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, since that's the case, we all come from the same place and should help each other. How about this? When the Zhang family really comes up with something new and I get it, you guys help me out. Why should I? The person who had played the emotional card got angry. Yeah, why should I? How can you not let others get involved? I don't care so much. When the time comes, I will definitely get it. Don't you think so, Mr. Li? The person said again. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere among the crowd changed. It was as if everyone around them was a competitor. They no longer looked like they were about to join forces to deal with the Zhang family. Li Dongjia sighed. In the beginning, he also wanted to unite everyone so that they could share the good things together. Now, it seemed that this was not possible. Each and every one of them was very selfish. For their own benefits, they would absolutely not care about others. When the time came, it would be a competition of who had more money and who had the guts to compete. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. The reason why we came so early is because we want to see how the Zhang family is doing. It's good that we all have a look. I think we should look at it separately and not together. When Li Dongjia said these words, he seemed very helpless. He didn't have a better way. If others wanted to compete, he would definitely not give in. Since the words had already been said, there was no meaning in staying together. It was better for everyone to do their own things. Those who wanted to watch could watch, and those who didn't could rest. At this time, people with different thoughts didn't need others to say more. One by one, they found a very bad excuse to leave. Even Zhang Dongjia didn't know what to say. He also followed behind others and gave a reason to leave. The people who separated not only wanted to see how the Zhang family was doing in this place, but also wanted to find a way to contact the Zhang family and talk to the Zhang family in advance. Each of them had their own judgment. While they were wandering around with the people around them, most of them were inquiring about how to handle the advertisement this time. Their thoughts were pretty much the same. As expected of people who came from the same place. Mr. Zhang first found someone who was familiar with the situation here and gave him 20 copper coins. He wanted to ask the other party to help him. However, the other party sneered and said, "This money is too much. It's a bit of a burden to hold on to. You should find someone else." How could Mr. Zhang not understand the meaning in his words? The other party was saying that he gave too little money. 20 copper coins, how many things could he buy with that money? How could he be so dissatisfied? If it was a normal time, he would definitely not care about this person. However, this person was said to know the most in Taihu County. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he asked the person next to him to take out a stack of coins. When he handed it over, he said, "You have to see this. When my matter is done, it's all yours." If it's not done, he did not say the rest of the words, but the meaning was very clear. This was a commonly used method, and it was very effective. He had already thought about it. Even if the matter was done in the end, he would not give this person so much money. It was already good enough to take out a few dozen copper coins. How could a piece of information be worth that much? His idea was good, but the other party did not compromise. He said, "Pay me the deposit first. If it's done, then you have to give me the other one. If it's not done, it's not that I can't do it, it's that it's too difficult. There's no need to say anything else. I think you're looking for death." Before Zhang Dongjia could say anything, one of his followers stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar. It seemed that if the man didn't compromise, he was going to beat him up. "I think you're the one looking for death. You can try to touch me. Look carefully where you are. This is Shuzhou, not your territory. If you touch me, I'll make you regret being born in this world." This person did not care at all. Shuzhou was now very strict in terms of public security. If anyone caused trouble here, then the bailiffs would have to deal with it. Mr. Zhang did not stop him just now because he wanted to see the other party's reaction. Now that he saw it, he immediately called him back. He said with a smile, "If that's the case, then it's settled. I'll give you the deposit first. After it's done, I'll give you the other one. Give me the deposit first. I was scared just now, and I feel uncomfortable. I won't do anything without the deposit. If you have the ability, then do it in Taihu County. Let's see who loses in the end." This person was also insatiable. He did not care whether he could get the money or not. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this person, they would admire him very much. He was able to fight for more benefits for himself according to the changes in the situation. He was a talent. If he was properly trained, he could definitely be sent to the outside world. He was the kind that they would be more assured of. Just as Zhang Dongjia was infuriated and hesitating, a few more merchants appeared behind him. He had never seen them before and did not know which state they were from. These merchants also took out money to inquire about the situation for the local people as they walked. Seeing this situation, Mr. Zhang did not dare to hesitate anymore. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, we'll give you the deposit. Take us to find the person first. Someone, give him the deposit." The person next to him was very dissatisfied and stuffed the deposit into the hands of this person. He did not forget to glare at him, which meant, "If you dare to lie," this person was satisfied. He weighed the copper coins in his hand and said, "No problem. Follow me. I'll take you to find the person. Isn't it the person in charge of the Zhang family here? It's simple." As he spoke, he walked in front with the large string of copper coins. He did not care about the other people who asked him. He gave people the feeling that he had professional ethics. Mr. Zhang waved his hand and signaled for the others to follow him. They walked forward behind this person. After walking less than 30 steps, the group stopped. "What's going on?" Mr. Zhang's follower ran to the front and asked this person. "What do you mean what's going on?" "We're here. Look, it's this house. The person in charge of the government is inside. You can go in. I'll continue to wait outside," this person said confidently. The others hated that they could not bite him to death. It was just a few steps, could it be that they had reached the place? Zhang Dongjia looked at the house in disbelief. As he looked, he nodded his head. He couldn't say a word. It was too infuriating. Who was this? The sign was erected, but why was the paint on the sign and the base of the sign the same color? The words were not small, but one could not see the date. Even if a random person strolled around, they would not find this place at first glance. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the place. Why aren't you going in? This person said as he looked left and right. He came to a door at the side and went in. Mr. Zhang and the others could not say anything. They could only follow him in one by one. After entering, they saw that the person who brought them here was standing at the side with a smile on his face. Why did you come here? One of Mr. Zhang's followers asked puzzledly. Why can't I be in this place? I'm a helper in this place. I'm here to help other people. This person did not have the slightest bit of embarrassment as he said with a smile. This time, Mr. Zhang and the others knew that they were tricked. They wanted to say something, but they found that no matter what, they could not say. Who told them to be willing to spend this money? This person seemed to know what Mr. Zhang and the others meant. He said, Isn't it just 2 strings of money? I know, you won't give me the rest of the money. At the beginning, I was not prepared to ask you for the other 2 strings of money. This is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Why are you blaming us? The follower continued to fulfill his duty and asked from the side. Of course it's your own business. Who told you not to take the normal route? This activity is fair and just. If everyone is like you, then what's the point? I am a local, and I want to be a better local. When I heard the person in charge here say that people like you will appear, we came out to find something to do. Since you are here, then take this thing. Don't say that you didn't gain anything. It's just 1, and I'll give it to you in advance. Otherwise, you will have to wait for 3 days before it will come to you. Take a look yourselves and see if you can find any tricks in it. If you can, then that's your ability. If you can't, then don't blame me. As this person spoke, he took out a few beautifully printed pieces of colored paper from his arms. He reached out and handed it to everyone. At the same time, he did not forget to weigh the 2 strings of money in his hand. Mr. Zhang took the paper and looked at it carefully. There were pictures and introductory words on it. He nodded. His heart was balanced. At least he got it earlier than others. But the follower beside him was not comfortable. He looked at the person who led the way and asked angrily, Don't you think that you are going too far? Can't you be a little more reasonable? Do you have any morals? Don't you feel uncomfortable spending the 2 strings of money? Thank you for the compliment. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Is there anything else? Do you want to give me the other 2 strings of money? Then I am even more grateful. This person smiled and did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed as he said to Zhang Dongjia and the others. Let's go and find a place to have a good look. Mr. Zhang got the thing and did not want to talk nonsense. He had seen many people like this. It was useless to talk about morals with such people. It was a waste of time. After speaking, Mr. Zhang turned and left. The others also left with him. The remaining person who took the money had a smile on his face. Zhang Dongjia looked at the promotional materials as he walked. He wanted to find something that he could use. Since the person just now said that it was impossible for him to use other means, then it must be the Zhang family that requested it. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't do anything to them. It was better to honestly look for something useful in this material. As they looked and walked, they found a good inn. This inn had just been renovated and looked very beautiful. After paying the money, the group stayed in. They did not go to the 2nd floor. They directly found a good place near the window in the hall and ordered a few dishes. They waited for a while to eat and study the content of the information together. Master, why do we have to do it in this hall? It is too messy. Why don't we go to the 2nd floor? A follower said with concern at this time. Stupid. Can we hear anything useful on the 2nd floor? All of you, listen carefully. As long as you hear something that is useful to us, remember it or go and ask carefully. Zhang Dongjia said to his sidekick and began to look at the information there. The person who followed him here understood that he wanted to inquire about useful information in such a place. Master was indeed master. He was much smarter than others. Not long after, the food and wine were served. The few people ate together. As soon as they ate, their ears stood up. In fact, they did not need to stand up. They could hear it. The three people who were talking were at the table next to them. "Boss, do you think that Wangjiang place will be washed away by the water? When spring comes next year, will they still be able to live a good life like us?" One of the three people asked another person. The person who was called boss nodded and then shook his head. He said, "I don't know. I think that place should be good. Aren't they raising fish now? It is a pity that some people's family members died. Today, the government only provides them with a portion of food. It is hard to say about other things. What I am worried about is how they will survive this winter. Even if we are not as cold as the north, what if it snows? They are quite pitiful. I don't know what to do." At this time, the person who spoke just now said, "Boss, I think we should help them. Isn't there someone in our place who said that the rich people should donate money? Why don't we not drink this meal and donate the money we saved? We can't watch them be sad." Second brother is right. I don't want meat. I just want to eat some dishes and rice. I will save money to give to the people who need it. I heard that this matter was organized by the government. I don't know if it is true or not. Could it be that the government has no money? I heard that the Zhang family is very rich. How did it become like this? Another person chimed in from the side. Who knows? Third brother, you really don't want meat? Then I won't order it. Don't complain when the time comes. Who can guess the government's matters? It is good that the Zhang family is rich, but we can't let the Zhang family pay for everything, right? Their money doesn't grow on trees. In fact, I think this is really good. There are so many people in Shuzhou. If one person takes out a few copper coins, it will be a few thousand strings of coins. It should be no problem to help Wangjiang buy some clothes in winter. The old man didn't know what was going on, so he said to his two brothers. Big brother is right, I also agree. We won't eat meat today, and we won't drink wine either. We'll donate the 10 copper coins we saved from the meal. Today, we've helped them. If one day we're in trouble, I think they'll help us too. Who hasn't met with difficulties before? The second brother made up his mind. Even if he wanted to eat meat and drink wine very much, he could only save a dozen copper coins per person. This money could at least buy a set of winter clothes for a family in Wangjiang. The words of the three people were heard by Zhang Dongjia and the others. They were very surprised. They didn't expect that the people of Taihu Lake, which was so far away from Wangjiang, would be willing to pay. They had never seen this before. It was really strange. They didn't know how much money they could get. Master, if one person takes out a copper coin, it's not a small amount. Do you think someone will embezzle this money? The attendant said to Zhang Dongjia. He blinked his eyes and seemed to be very concerned about this money, even if he didn't have a share in it. Don't talk nonsense. What others do is their business. If you say something wrong, be careful of being punished. However, I don't think anyone will embezzle this money. After all, Lord Zhang's family doesn't lack money. If the people below dare to embezzle, then they can only wait to be arrested. Eat, don't think about anything else, listen more. Zhang Dongjia didn't dare to talk too much about this matter. He said to the attendant and began to bury himself in eating. His attention was on the three people. When the attendant saw that the master didn't allow him to say anything, he didn't say anything. He listened to the dishes ordered by the three people. They were really vegetarian dishes, and only 2 of them were ordered. The rest was rice. Looking at the 3 people, they didn't seem to be the kind of people who didn't eat meat. The 3 people looked very strong. Boss, why is this dish so delicious today? I didn't think so before. When I think about how the money saved can help others, I feel comfortable eating it. The second brother soaked the rice in the vegetable soup and ate quickly. He didn't even swallow the rice in his mouth before he began to talk. The third brother also nodded fiercely. His mouth was already stuffed with rice and he couldn't speak. The eldest brother didn't eat like his brothers. The boss didn't eat like his two brothers. He slowly chewed and said after a while, "Of course I'm happy to be able to help others. Let's eat. If it really doesn't work, we can save money tonight. One more person means one more person." Sigh, it's not easy for them either. Someone actually dug up the embankment. If I find out who did it, I'll cook that person and eat him. His words were scary, but no one around him felt that he was going overboard. The person who was really going overboard was the person who destroyed the embankment. He was really too hateful. Such a person should be bitten to death by each of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to vent their hatred. Just as the three of them were talking, 4 people came in from outside the restaurant. One of them was holding a box in his hand. Many people didn't recognize the donation words written on it. When the 4 of them came in, they didn't go to any of the tables. It was obvious that they weren't here to eat. One of them looked at the people in the hall and said, "Is there anyone who is willing to donate money to the people of Wangjiang? It's almost winter. The people there don't have it easy." After asking this, he didn't say anything else. The people in the hall looked over. The 3 people who said they wanted to take money immediately came over. They took out money from their arms and threw it into the box. The third brother even reminded, "The money we donate must be used on the people of Wangjiang to buy clothes for them. Thank you. We'll remember your words. We'll definitely buy clothes." The person who spoke nodded in agreement. With someone taking the lead, the others also took out money. None of them regretted it at all. At the same time, they weren't worried that someone would embezzle their money. They knew what kind of person Provincial Governor Zhang was. If someone really dared to do that at this time, they would die happily. In the end, everyone in the hall had basically paid for it. The only people who hadn't paid were Mr. Zhang and the others. They couldn't understand why these people would pay for it. It was obvious that some of them didn't come from rich families. Before they could react to whether they should donate or not, the 4 of them had already thanked them again. They turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a person came in from outside. When Boss Zhang and the others saw the person who came in, they were so angry that they couldn't eat. It was the person who had cheated them of their money. The lackey muttered, "Humph, he came to eat after cheating us of our money. What kind of person is he?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the person take out 2 strings of money and put them into the box. Then, he took out a small string of 30 to 40 copper coins and threw them into the box. The weight of more than 10 kilograms made the person holding the box bend down. After all, there was already money in the box. The person in charge of receiving the donation looked at the person's clothes and found that he was not from a rich family, so he said, "Mr. Zhang, you're not from a rich family." He said, "This brother, you don't have to take out all your money. You still have to live. Just take out a little bit, and you will be grateful. It's okay. I got this money happily by cheating others. Those people are very silly and interesting. I donated it. In fact, when I was cheating them, I thought about it. They are so rich, so it's better to give some to those who need it. It's not my money. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the people who were cheated. AI. It's just them." The person shook his head and didn't mean to take the money back. When he was talking, he suddenly saw a few people sitting there eating. He pointed his finger and pointed at Boss Zhang and the others. After he finished speaking, he left. The person in charge of donating heard the person's words, turned around and said to Boss Zhang, "Thank you. We will definitely use your money well. We will never waste a single copper coin." When these words were said, Zhang Dongjia's face immediately turned red. Just now, they didn't pay, but the person who cheated them took out their own money as well as theirs. Moreover, he wasn't greedy. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that the person in charge of donating was about to leave, Boss Zhang immediately shouted, "Wait, we will also pay. Take out 10 strings of cash and give it to them." The last sentence was naturally said to his subordinates. In fact, the subordinates didn't bring much money with them. It was too heavy, but it wasn't a problem for them to gather 10 strings of cash together. The follower who always liked to talk wanted to remind him, but after seeing the old man's eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. They all took the money and gathered 10 strings of cash. The person in charge of donating saw the 10 strings of cash and smiled. "You are not local, right? Can you tell us why you are here? What else can we do?" "Of course, we received an invitation, so we ran here. Otherwise, who would come to Taihu County for no reason?" When the follower talked about the invitation, he was very proud. It seemed that being able to receive an invitation was a very honorable thing. "Is that so? Then I have to thank you even more." "Thank you." The person in charge of donating thanked him again, which made Boss Zhang's expression change again. He could only say, "I didn't bring too much money with me today. That's all. Bring more money tomorrow. I promise here that it will be at least 100 strings of cash. My surname is Zhang." As he spoke, he took out the invitation and showed it to the person in charge of donating. The person looked at it seriously and didn't say anything. He nodded and left. After that, everyone continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. However, they were very happy in their hearts, as if they had done the greatest thing in their lives. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, some people got up and left, and some people came back. 2 people came to the door. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were from the government. When the 2 people saw the house, they looked at Boss Zhang. They walked over with a smile and said, "Excuse me, are you Boss Zhang?" "It's my master. May I know who you are?" The follower obviously knew, but he still had to ask. "The 2 of us are officials from Taihu County. We have heard about what happened just now." "Thank you, Boss Zhang. I didn't know that Boss Zhang was also free. My master would like to invite you." One of the 2 came over and said with a smile on his face. He even made an inviting gesture. "Who is your family's master?" This time, it was not the follower who spoke, but Boss Zhang. He was very curious and wanted to know the purpose of the other party. "My master is the person in charge of this matter. He wants to talk to Boss Zhang about this advertisement." "Boss Zhang, don't worry. The money for this advertisement will definitely be less than others. My master said that because of your kindness, you should do this." The official explained at the side. Zhang Dongjia was stunned, really stunned. He really didn't expect that because of his money, there would suddenly be hope for a hopeless matter. How could he not be surprised? He nodded fiercely and said, "Okay, I will definitely go." "Is it now?" "Yes, please follow me, Boss Zhang." The runner nodded and said. Now Boss Zhang and the others were happy. It turned out that things were so simple. Why didn't they think of it before? A group of people followed behind the runner and left. This made the people eating in the hall feel that it was a good thing. After all, Boss Zhang did pay, and he paid a lot of money. Under such circumstances, some people immediately ran out to report to their bosses. Among them, there were also people who came later. Especially some people whose bosses were eating on the second floor, they could just run up there. If everyone could gain benefits through such a thing and missed the opportunity because they reported late, they would definitely be punished. Some people thought this way, while others thought of other places. They also ran out and prepared to sell this news to people who were not clear about this matter. When they got the money, they thought about it and took it all out. As long as they could help a little, they would help a little. There was strength in numbers. Zhang Dongjia didn't know what the others were thinking. He followed the bailiff all the way to a room. This room was also so inconspicuous. As soon as he entered, a person greeted him and said with a smile, "Zhang Dongjia is indeed a trustworthy person. Many thanks. Please come in, don't stand at the door." Zhang Dongjia didn't know what the bailiff was thinking. Boss Zhang and the others were led in confusion. They looked around and did not know what to say for a while. At this time, that person took the initiative to say, "Boss Zhang, do you have a lot of questions?" "Don't worry, I know what Boss Zhang is thinking." "Yes, that's right. Because Boss Zhang paid, I personally called Boss Zhang to discuss the matter of the advertisement. If Boss Zhang needs anything in the future, you can look for me." "Why is that?" Zhang Dongjia really couldn't figure it out. He really wanted to understand this matter. Boss Zhang should be asking why a lot of people were invited, right? It is to find a lot of people to pay. In fact, it is very simple. It is not that our master can't afford it. Zhang family's money is enough. But the master is thinking about how to get more people to donate their love. Money is a small matter, but if the people in this place do not even have this little bit of love, then it is the most sad thing. So, Boss Zhang, do you understand? That person continued to explain to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang nodded and understood. It turned out that the purpose of Zhang Zhong here was to let the local people to work with them, not because they were really short of money. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. But the more he thought about it, the more surprised Boss Zhang was. He had never seen such an official. Amazing, not just an ordinary kind of amazing. Thinking about it, with such an official, this place would become better and better in the future. He really did not come to the wrong place this time. Since it was like this, then he could not take out less money. Just consider it as the advertising fee. Boss Zhang thought so and said, "I still want to take out more money. After all, the people in this place are not easy. I don't know if you can give me such an opportunity." Boss Zhang was obviously taking out money, but he was very afraid. He was afraid that the other party would not agree to his proposal. If that was the case, he did not know what to do. This time, he must seize the opportunity. His followers also had the same idea. It was really difficult to find such an opportunity. "Okay, as long as Boss Zhang is willing to pay, we will accept. But you can't pay too much. After all, this is only a small matter. It must not affect Boss Zhang's business. How about this? Boss Zhang's money will be double the advertising fee. That is to say, Boss Zhang's money will be double the advertising fee. In fact, we don't care how much the advertising fee is, what we care about is the people's hearts." The person in charge of the reception was very good at talking. When he heard that Boss Zhang was willing to take out more money, he immediately linked the money with the advertising fee. In this way, other people would follow suit. Don't they want to curry favor with the Zhang family? Hearing this person's words, Zhang Dongjia let out a sigh of relief. This time, he wasn't worried. He had taken out the money. Not only could he gain a good reputation, but he could also gain more benefits. It seemed that being a good person was better than being a profiteer. After the matter was settled, Boss Zhang didn't continue to stay. He still had to go back and find people to get the money. At this time, he didn't want to go back on his words. If other people knew, where would he put his face? When Zhang Dongjia left, the others naturally followed behind him. This news seemed to have grown wings as it quickly spread among the other merchants. This wasn't something that Zhang Dongjia said himself, but rather someone who helped him spread the news. After these merchants knew about this matter, they were very excited. It was as if a great opportunity was right in front of them. As a result, more people began to look for the person in charge of the donation, hoping to have a relationship with the Zhang family. At this time, the person in charge of the donation was very busy. He didn't expect that there would be so many people willing to pay. It seems that the strategy was successful. It was not easy, it was really not easy. The merchant's donation also attracted the other commoners, and the commoners also came over. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.